Seth, nice to see you. Welcome in. So today's a little bit of a different stream, I guess, because I was actually asking my daughter this morning, and I said, should I play a nice, like, crunchy, heavy game, or should I play something narrative? The last heavy game we played on here was Scholars of the South Tigris, which admittedly, I wish I'd spent an extra 10 minutes reviewing the rules before I started stream, but it was crunchy and difficult, and I really liked it, like a lot. That's exactly my type of game. And I thought, hey, I'm going to play something difficult today. And I asked for a second opinion. I said, Sarah, what should we play? And she said, play something narrative. So I decided, to hell with a heavy game. I'm going to try this guy, Legacy of Dragonholt. This is a game that has been sitting on my shelf for a comfortable 3 or 4 years now. I think it came out in 2017. Might have been 2019 though, but it has been kicking around for oh, nose! I usually complain when there's puns, but I like that one. Anyways, this is a game that's been kicking around on my shelf of opportunity for way longer than I would care to admit, and yeah, I'm happy to get it to hit the table. But that said, I'm not really sure what to expect. It is like, take a look here, guys. It's basically a map and a character tracking sheet, and then quite a number of these little storybooks. This is the intro scenario that we're gonna go through, okay? But there's like, one or two more here. This is 200 pages of extra lore and stuff like that, and I think there's a lot of kind of choose your own adventure-y type stuff in here. How is that going to work on stream? I don't really know, but we're going to give it a try because I feel like this is a genre of games that I just like. I've been hesitant to kind of dive into either on my own or on stream, where they're largely solo and narrative, and the game is a little bit more of a framework. So chat can help. Definitely chat can help. Definitely chat can help for sure, right? So I think that yeah, this is something I want to explore. I'm not sure that I've never played this game. The game kind of teaches you the rules as you progress through the first scenario. I think it's pretty rules light though anyway. So I don't even know the rules, and we're going to discover them all together. And I just hope that that's going to be both an enjoyable experience and one that I can kind of be creative enough to carry and enjoy and whatever. And if not, it will be a spectacular failure, and you guys can make fun of me, and it'll be like any other stream around here. So it should be fun either way. I am going to quickly tweak two things. With just my audio setup here in the room before we get started. But I'll tell you, before then, I'll just tell you, hey, Chichia Kitten, nice to see you as well. We are going to start by diving into this, the character creation guide. I haven't even come up with a character yet. You guys are going to help me. And the only thing I know is this is set in like Terranoth, Runeterra. If you've ever played a Runeterra game by Fantasy Flight Games, I feel like they were a bigger thing 10 years ago than they are now, and they've kind of like not done a lot in that universe, RuneScape, things like that. But if you're familiar with it, it's like a pretty generic fantasy setting, right? So we got dwarves, and we got humans and orcs and elves and whatever, that sort of thing. The only thing I know is that whenever I'm playing a game like this and we have an opportunity to play as a bard, I have to play as a bard. No, I am not very likely to sing for you, but yes, I will try to tell you cool stories. Bards are fun. So that's the only thing I know. I want to make a bard, but we're gonna have to choose a race. We're gonna have to choose our skills, describe how we look, what we like to eat for breakfast. I don't know. Okay. So give me 2 minutes. I'm just gonna hit the be right back screen real quick. I'm gonna just adjust a couple things, literally 30 seconds. And then we'll dive into character creation, and I am going to need your help. Okay? So I'll be right back. right, and we're back. Sorry about that, but we should be good to go now. I slightly tweaked my volume levels. It should be just a hair easier to hear me. And actually just turned down the music in the room here because I don't know what it is about playing board games on stream, but like even this music, it's just like gentle, serene, ambient, and it's like it just takes my focus right out of streaming. I don't know why. Like, if I was playing this game and the camera wasn't on, it wouldn't bother me. I'd have it way louder. But if it's there, like, I don't know, it's weird. Anyway, just deleted the time to start singing, chat. So listen, the reason I like bards, I'll tell you a little bit about why I like bards. I don't actually like really, care about the sort of, like D&D fantasy archetype of a bard that's going to be like a singing minstrel or something like that, buffing their friends or whatever. It's rather just that I've spent a fair bit of time playing League of Legends, and my favorite character in that game is Bard. And any excuse to be a Bard, I embrace it. And like League of Legends Bard is not a fantasy Bard with a lute, he's like a weird time creature that has a variety of, or like a stream of these little meeps that follow him around, these cute little things, and it chimes. It's weird, but nonetheless, I like it enough that I just embrace the bard. But I cannot sing. Ask Martina. I'm sure she's in chat here somewhere. If I dare try to sing, like, the neighborhood's ears inexplicably begin to bleed. So that's probably not going to be part of stream, but we'll do our best here. Okay, so let's dive in. I have the character creation, and Gecko, I'm not ignoring you. What am I going to play as? I don't know. We're going to figure it out together, other than it'll be a bard. But we're going to figure out all the rest of the details together. And yes, our it's hard to see back here on stream, actually. I feel like this is dimmer than it used to be. But our candy jar, our forbidden candy jar is about half full now. And when we get it all the way full, we're going to do like a fun 24-hour marathon stream. Maybe do a couple giveaways or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We don't have a concrete plan for that, but it's getting there. It's getting there. Every time we open games and there's the silica packets, the desiccant, we huck it back in those in our forbidden candy jar, and it's getting there. All right, so let's start with taking a look at this character creation book. But I did kind of briefly flip through this, so I kind of know, like, at a very high level, what we're going to do. We're going to pick a race, we're going to pick a class, and we're going to pick some skills and kind of define a little bit of a background story. And I will need a little bit of help from you guys. I don't think we really need to, dive deep into all of the lore of the particular races, but we could. But in the setting here, Terranoth, I think it's Terranoth. Let me make sure that that's right. It's Runeterra, which I'm pretty sure Terranoth. Yeah, it is. The realm of Terranoth. So there's humans, there's orcs, there's dwarves, there's elves, gnomes, and I'm scared Gecko's gonna latch onto this. There's catfolk. Okay? I feel like a catfolk bard would be very unusual, and it just makes me think of Khajiit from like Elder Scrolls. But epic music must be a bard, says Martina on YouTube. But exactly. All right, so do we want to be a human? Human seems too like plain, like fundamentally. We don't want to be that guy. I mean, we could look however we want. We can define how we look. I mean, we don't actually get to see it unless I draw it out, which is also in the, oh my god, that I'm not capable of that. Hey, you know what? I just realized I was like, wow, I really feel like I'm having to project in order to like get my voice like to pick up on the on the microphone, and like it's really weird, and it probably sounds bad, and that's because I moved the microphones and they're actually behind me because I'm an idiot and I forgot to put them back. We were shooting some video in here, we're doing a little video about Cascadia yesterday, and I moved them out of the way. I just pivoted them out, and like I just never pivoted them back. So I'm bloody screaming like, Jesus, this is a lot of work. What I had done when I took that break earlier is I quickly turned up the volume level on the mic, but that was it'd probably be better just to put it back where it belongs so I don't have to shout so goddamn loud and you're not hearing like an echo of me instead of me actually talking. So that's a really stupid realization. Pro streamer, by the way. I will be right back. One more. This one I have to climb up. I have a bracket on the ceiling that I have to adjust in order to do this. I will spare you guys staring at my fat belly. I will be right back. All right, I turned the mics down to a probably sane level. Oh my God, I'm just talking normally and it's louder than it was before because the microphone's right here, like right, it might even be in the shot, like right at the tip of my finger there, instead of 4 feet behind me. It might even be a little too loud. Let me know how it's sounding. I can always turn it down a teeny bit there. But whoops. While you're gone, make a poll for race. If I was a good streamer, I would have done that, but I didn't. Let's pro streamer quality example, not in the shot. Yeah. Okay. I need a pro streamer, by the way, like skill issue, and it's a disaster, which I still have to fix. Don't waste your points. Okay, so should I flip through and should we? Why don't I read? I'm gonna read the just the first little paragraph here. There's like a little two paragraph blurb about each race. I'm gonna just read those out quick, and then I'll put a poll together. It's a disaster. I'll put a poll together with which race we should be. Okay. So humans are a short-lived race, but diverse and resilient. They are larger and usually stronger than elves, dwarves, and gnomes. And despite their short lifespans, or perhaps because of them, they are swift to learn and adapt. Human skin ranges in color from dark brown through red and gold tones to a fair-skinned pink. Hair tends to be black, brown, or blonde, with red uncommon and gray or white generally a sign of advanced age. Let's not talk about gray hair. I definitely don't have any of that these days. Okay, there's a couple different types of humans. If we decide on human, we can break down into that, but we got a general overview. Okay, orcs are the largest and most physically powerful of the civilized races, even larger and stronger than humans on average. Their lifespans, however, are brief by the standards of other races. Orcs have strong jawlines and pronounced tusk-like teeth. Their skin ranges through gray, green, and brown tones, with hair almost universally black. Hey, Allison, thanks for that sub. Appreciate you. Hey, thanks so much. Means a lot. Dwarves are short of stature, but stocky of build, with powerful muscles despite their small size. They seem to age only a little more slowly than humans, but once they reach their gray-haired old age, they can remain fit and vigorous for over a century. Wow. Dwarven skin tones range from dark slate gray through as fair as alabaster, which I totally know what that means,
Their hair and beards, for dwarves are often very proud of their beards, tend to be black, brown, or copper red, turning white with age. Okay, we got elves. They look like they've got really pronounced ears. Elves are graceful, beautiful beings that are so long-lived, some believe them to be immortal. They maintain their beauty throughout their lives and often manage to combine ancient wisdom and youthful mirth. Elven coloration varies widely by tribe. While many elves cover the same span of skin and hair colors found among humans or dwarves, more exotic blue, green, purple, and other colors are not unheard of. Wow, okay. I don't think I want to play an elf. I don't know. I'm just going to throw that out there. I feel like an elf is too fair and, you know, I don't know. I think we should do something volatile and silly and fun, but we'll get there with chat. Okay, gnomes. Gnomes are the smallest of the civilized races, even shorter than dwarves and much more slight of build. They are longer lived than humans, but not so much as dwarves or elves. They tend to have ruddy, wholesome complexions in warm brown tones with warm brown or red hair. They're hobbits, and I like, you know, when you're described as looking wholesome, I feel like that's trying to be nice for, you know, you're not conventionally attractive, let's say. Okay. Elves equal tree Karens. Totally, exactly, right? Okay, and then finally there are catfolk, which that doesn't look too much like a Khajiit out of Elder Scrolls. Catfolk are small in number but spread far across the world. They have so many physical similarities to cats that some believe them to be closely related, an assertion that most catfolk find insulting. Catfolk are agile and their senses and claws are sharp. Catfolk are covered in fur that varies widely in length, coloration, and pattern. They have cat-like muzzles, eyes, tails, and large fur-covered ears. Their hands and feet both sport retractable claws, which catfolk are adept at using as both tools and weapons. They tend to be shorter-lived than humans. Okay, so basically it's like there's elves who are like judgy, long-lived, you know, tree Karens, as we've discovered, and then everybody else lives like not that long. Dwarves may be the exception. Okay, so I'm gonna set up a quick poll. Let's see if this is actually gonna work nicely for me or not. Okay, so we're just gonna call this race. Let's see if my, I do have a new keyboard here so that I can do this stuff without having to lean. Like before, my laptop is like not quite touching it, so I have to like go way over here. So I got a new little keyboard I can set in my lap so I can like type these things out. And if I was, you know, nice, I would have, or clever, I might have gotten my, like a mod to do it. But can we only have 5 questions for a poll? Well, that sucks. We're just not going to put tree Karens on there. Easy. Problem solved. Can't vote for it if it's not in the poll. Sure, we'll allow additional votes with your arbitrary internet points because some of you have a lot. We'll give you guys 2 minutes just because. And let's see what we get. So which race are we going to be? Martina thinks I should be a gnome bard. At least that's what she said on YouTube. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm very scared to close this poll management window, but I'm going to do it anyway. If that messes up the poll, I'm sorry. There are 5 races to choose from. Meow. Better do the cat or else. There you go. Yeah, there was only 5 options in the poll. Like I couldn't put, there were 6 races because we also had, you know, we had tree Karens, the elves that we could have put in there, but I think I could only put 5 options in the poll on Twitch. I don't know. Anyways, should work. What do we got so far? Looking like dwarf or catfolk. Uh-oh. Somebody's burning some of those arbitrary internet points for the catfolk. I have a feeling I know who it is. Gecko. We'll see. Alright, so while we let that poll run out and settle on an answer, let's think about this. I'm going to read out the bit about bards. Like, we have to choose a class, but we're going to choose bard. Okay? So it says, there are many minstrels in Terranoth, trained to various levels of proficiency in a handful of instruments. Some are just farmers with a good ear and a mean bow on the fiddle. I don't even think we're that. Okay? While others travel from court to court, playing epic ballads and mournful lays for the aristocracy. But they all have one thing in common. They are not bards. To be a bard, one must be trained at the Bardic College. Bards learn dozens of instruments and hundreds of songs, sagas, and scraps of lore. Once they have demonstrated their mastery of storytelling and performance, Bardic students are ready to be initiated into the magical secrets of the college. Bardic magic is subtle. So subtle, in fact, that others doubt it is magic at all. The University of Greyhaven is divided on the question of whether Bard's ability to aid a person's healing with song is magical or merely musical. Bards are happy enough to remain cryptic on the subject. After all, they are called Secrets of the Bardic College for a reason. So our bards are a little mysterious. Oh my god, it was a tie between dwarf and catfolk. Okay, give me that cat. Okay, a catfolk bard would be exceptionally bizarre, which might be a little bit of fun. Okay, so we gotta decide this somehow fairly. I'm trying to see if I have a coin handy to toss here, because that would be good. I do. I got this one. All right, so we're gonna call this heads. Came with my this coin came with my dice tower. It's from a company called Dryad. Oh no, this is heads. The literal head on the coin is heads, and this is tails. So heads will do dwarf, because it looks more like a dwarf than a cat, I guess. And tails, the Dryad logo, we will do catfolk. Okay? So let's see what we get here. It's looking like we're a catfolk bard, friends. Okay. All right. Crap. I said hey, I want to I want to get chat to help me out here, and we're going to try and I'm going to try and do better at being narrative and role playing and stuff. I didn't think catfolk bard was the thing I was going to have to, embody, but that's okay. We're going to run with it. We're going to expand our brain here and see what happens. Kitty. Tails for cat, actually, that is really appropriate too. Cats do have tails. And I think that actually if we like the cat folk, they're agile and stuff. And when we look at the bard skills, which I'm going the wrong way for, they're like deception and the cat, they're streetwise. They got some street smarts. I feel like that's on brand for a cat. So let's read a little bit about the catfolk lore and catfolk names. We're basically going to go through this page here. Just to kind of get an idea of what catfolk are all about in the world of Terranoth. And we do have to pick 2 skills. So in this game, we pick 5 to 8 skills for our character to have. We're running it solo. I think probably we pick, I don't know, we'll see what the skills list looks like, and we'll probably pick 6 or 7, just so that we aren't shut out of everything, we have to pick at least 2 that are related to being a catfolk for our race, and at least 2 that are from our bard, and then we can pick a number of kind of tertiary ones. It's up to us, really. But let's talk about this. So it looks like there's high-ranks and half catfolk. There's a couple different types here, and we're going to have to decide. Seth should pick a skill or 2 because he lost to the kitties. I think you're right. All right, so let's look at the high ranks here. If we're the high ranks live in small villages in hard-to-reach and desolate spaces throughout Terranoth and the Dunwar Mountains, in deep forests and snowy mountain valleys. There they hunt, fish, and raise small herds of hardy pigs, goats, or sheep. Every few years, usually in the winter, high ranks villages run short of food and begin to starve. When this happens, their custom is to exile all unmarried adults in the village. These exiles spread to the 4 winds, seeking new hunting grounds or buying their acceptance into an existing high ranks community. As a result of this practice of exile, high ranks are unsentimental about their homelands and their families. They feel no special loyalty to their place of origin, or indeed their fellow catfolk, and are principally concerned with finding their own place in the world. I feel like this is a perfect backstory for a bard. We were exiled from our village because we were unmarried. We were unsuccessful in finding a mate, and we took it upon ourselves to go on a journey of discovery and learn what we could about the world, and now we share that through story. I feel like that writes itself. Although rarely seen by other races, high ranks have little difficulty getting along with them. They are inquisitive and adaptable, accustomed to leaving a situation when it becomes unsuitable and finding a new one. So traveling, Wanderer gnomes and tribal orcs sometimes trade with high ranks villages, although in truth the high ranks are usually too poor to benefit either party much. Some few high ranks villages have entered into profitable arrangements with the Dunwar dwarves, trading high ranks expertise as hunters and trackers for dwarven steel and handcrafts. Alternatively, we have the half catfolk here. Okay. Oh, there's an ad. Okay, you know what? Sounds pretty tough. I thought I heard the ad sound, but you know what? I'm gonna fix that while this ad's running. I was playing a game. I'll tell you about it after. I'm gonna fix that. All right. So Twitch previously used to run ads like in a like very sort of predictable sort of way. And now it's like a bit more sporadic, I think would be a fair way to describe it. It used to be at a very set interval, and now sometimes it's just like, hey, it's ad time, right? They've got some weird algorithm change where they're trying to play more ads or more targeted ads, I think, and it's more regionally specific and all this sort of stuff. So anyways, I have it set up so it just automatically plays a sound when an ad starts to run, so that I can actually know that that's happening, because it's really easy to miss in the ad management, and sometimes it's just like, yo, it's ad time, right? So anyways, earlier this week I did a kind of surprise stream on Tuesday. I played Cats and Quilts of Calico, which is like the digital version of Calico. So I played that on stream, and I was like playing it like on my desktop PC with headphones on and whatever, and this ad sound was like alarmingly loud. It would, like, when an ad played, it I almost died. So I turned it way down, and just now I thought I had heard it, but I was like, no, that couldn't have been it. It's super obvious, and no, it was just because I forgot to fix my settings. Pro streamer, by the way. So anyways, that ad should be over now, and we're back to here. So high ranks, they get exiled. I think this is a really good backstory for a bard, but we're still going to look at the half catfolk anyway. Okay. Quilts and Cats of Calico, James. Get it right. Wow. Thanks, Gecko. Welcome in, Time Roller. Nice to see you. Okay, so half catfolk. We're just we're building a character here to play Legacy of Dragonholt with, and we know that we're going to be a catfolk. We're just trying to decide if we're a half catfolk or high ranks. So catfolk are sort of rare in Terra Noth and seen generally as exotic curiosity. The Singara and Katji have their homeland across the water. The Rajar are rarely seen outside of Immelin, and the high ranks are few in number and live in the wild places of the kingdom, where humans scarcely travel. Yet despite this, half catfolk children are still occasionally born. Such unfortunates seldom lead easy lives, and they will forever be caught between two worlds. No half catfolk could ever pass as a pure catfolk, as they rarely have fur and their claws and senses are not as sharp as their non-human parent. Oof. And they also struggle to navigate human society, where their ears and tail mark Eels' ears and tail mark them as something unusual wherever they go. It's difficult to speak in broad terms about half-cat folk as they are so rare. Some fight the odds and find acceptance in either human or cat folk society. Others never do, living as outcasts and scraping by as best as they can on the fringes. Most of them go their whole lives and never meet another half-cat folk or anyone else who truly understands their struggle. Half-cat folk are often ostracized by both human and cat folk communities, and they find a warmer welcome among elves, dwarves, and gnomes. The tree Karens like us better, who consider them no stranger than either of their parents. So what are we feeling here? What are we feeling here? Are we feeling the half cat folk or the high ranks? I think it's high ranks, right? I think they traditionally exile unmarried adults in the village. That's a good backstory for our bard. We got exiled from our village, and we sought to travel and learn more about the world and our place in it. And we've collected, stories and experiences from the various places with which we've traveled. I think that's a great background. Poll time! Okay, fine. Listen, it's so good. Oh, man, if I end up with half cat folk, I'm gonna be sad. All right. So we're gonna do a new poll. We're gonna find out here. Are we a high ranks, or are we half cat folk? Okay, give you guys a minute to decide. 2 minutes seemed a little unnecessarily long last time, maybe. Maybe a minute's really fast. We are catfolk. We are a bard. I have no idea what our age is. We'll figure that out later. What's this looking like so far? All right, most are going for that high ranks. See, listen, I like that. That makes me feel good. I can do that. I'm nervous about this whole role-playing aspect of this game, and this one feels easier for me. So I'm like very, yeah. Anyway. All right. It looks like Hyrix is a Hyrynx, rather, not Hyrix. You had the commanding victory there. Thanks for voting, friends. Let's keep going here. So, okay, let's talk this out a little bit. We're gonna say that we're Hyrynx, and yeah, basically, kind of, I think we've established here that we were unsuccessful as an adolescent and really didn't, find love. Love wasn't for us. We didn't find our mate, so we were cast out of our village, as the high ranks do, and we've searched the world, trying to understand it, find our place in it. Maybe there's some glimmer of hope deep in our souls that we might one day find a mate, catfolk or otherwise. But that's like a distant, hope that we've almost given up on, and really we're just trying to understand the world and share some stories about it as we go. Okay, so we do need to choose catfolk skills. Okay, and a name. You're right. Let's do names. Let's do a name first. So catfolk normally have a single name given to them by their parents. When they reach adulthood, catfolk adopt a new name, and their child name is used only by intimate family. Well, we don't care about our family. We've forgotten our first name because we were cast out of our village. In small high ranks communities, each member is often given a title that describes his or her role in the community. Okay, well, we're no longer a part of the community, so we may or may not have a title, but I think we have to think of our kind of adult name. It's a single name. What's it going to be? Let's see some suggestions in chat. I don't have a good idea here. Mueridith? Can I zoom in? I can. I can. I mean, to be honest, I might even like. There's this map which I can always pull down. We could probably, I could probably move these things up a little bit, and I can like zoom in all like proper like good zoom there. Because now you should be able to really. This is what we're taking a look at here. Okay. So what do we got? I'm gonna say, Allison, let's not make our single name be a pun. Okay, like if it's punny enough that it could pass as not being a pun, then that's in there. Then that's okay. What else have we got for ideas? I don't know what a good cat name is. You know what? I'm very tempted to be known as Albert because for reasons that are wholly personal to me. We recently got my daughter a pet gecko, and we were going she named it, and I wanted to name it Albert or Herbert, because either of those I think is a great gecko name, and we could get him a little hat that he could wear, and that would be the coolest damn gecko ever. She wasn't into it, so Herbert. It doesn't feel like a catfolk name, but I like it. Oh, hey, Sugar Cube. I'm sorry to ask like this, but could you gift me a game called Coffee Talk? What? No, I can't do that. I don't know anything about that. Sorry. How about a random from a table I can quickly get? Okay. Herbert, Bert for short. It could be a magician. Lord Thumplekin? What? Lord Thumplekin? We're not a lord of anything. We're like a street cat that got exiled. We're lord of rags and sadness, maybe. You know, I don't know that's the one. Roll a d10. Okay, Seth's got an idea. Do I have a d10 handy? I should have one back here. Is it actually back here? Is a great question. No, because that would be too easy. Pro streamer, by the way. I don't know where my I normally have like a set of I mean, I could do it in Twitch, but I want to roll dice. It's more fun. But I don't know where my dice have gone. That's irritating. Whatever would I have done with them? I don't know. Real pro streamer points to James. Male or female? I think let's go male, because then I don't have to go. You know, I don't have to. It's easier. I'm a novice here, so okay. I'm really angry. I want to roll a physical die. I don't want to do some roll command with the bot or something like that. That's not fun. Give me a sec. He's got to be like literally a foot away from me right now, because normally I keep them in the background here for just this sort of opportunity, you know. Oh, they were just hiding. They were hiding. I have some what is it? Dungeon Hand of Doom, Dungeon Degenerates stuff back there. And they were covering my things here, so look, we got our D10. We'll give it a roll. What do we get? We got 5. We got 5. I tipped it over, but it was a 5. What's your suggestion, Seth? Paul? Pirkim is named Pirkim. Pirkim. Okay, so let's do a quick vote here with the a poll with the Pirkim. Let's just do it. Let's do it. We're gonna run with it. Okay. I like Perky as a. I feel like that would be. Listen, okay, because we're trying to role play here, so I feel like, you know, Pirkim is our name. People call us tend to call us Perky for short, and give us like a really, patronizing, like pat on the head, and just like we like it from our friends and we loathe it from others. We have a conflicted relationship with our name. Fluffy butt. Get out of here. And yeah, we're gonna be male. Okay. And then the cat folk don't live for long, even less than humans was my impression. So we've been cast out, but we've been visiting, traveling the world, and learning enough. We can't be like a 18-year-old bard or whatever. I don't know. I'm just gonna assume that age for cat folk, the scale works, that it's not like a 20-year-old cat is elderly or something. It's not like a cat. It's a cat folk. So I'm going to say we're 27. Okay. We've had enough time. We got cast out, in our teens. Or this is in equivalent to human years. We're 27. We got cast out in our teens, and we've had some time to attend the Bardic College, as well as travel and learn some of the ways of Terranoth. Okay. Now, we can. Well, we just have to describe ourselves and then pick skills, I think, is the rest of what we got in our character creation process here. Yeah, choosing our skills last. So let's describe ourselves. Okay, I'm gonna read this out. You guys throw some ideas in chat. We'll just do this fast and loose. I don't think we need to do polls or anything. But physical description, it basically suggests, let's run with like what's the first idea of the mental image of what you look like. So we are a male catfolk named Perkim, or Perky for short. We have had a tough life, but we've kind of been finding our way lately, finding some success in getting by as a traveling bard. How, I don't know. I think we're probably we're cat folk, so we're furry. What color are we? Let's start with that. What color do you think we are? I think we're like a tattered kind of medium gray with somehow, despite being a cat, we're starting to see a little bit of age, in our face. We look weathered despite our moderate age. Right. What do the catfolk and bard skills sections say? Well, we picked skills last, but I can read them out. So the catfolk skills. So catfolks have strong reflexes and coordination. They have agility and awareness expected of a forest cat. They also excel at survival. So the highlighted words here. So agility, awareness, survival, those are skills. They move easily through the wilderness homes. Their natural athletics and stealth, keeping them out of danger. When danger does threaten, catfolk have claws, teeth, and an affinity for brawling. So those are the 3 or 6 catfolk skills. We have to pick 2 of these later. Agility, awareness, survival, athletics, stealth, and brawling. Okay, and then as a bard is not a bard without some skill in performance, and deception, empathy, and persuasion are second nature to most bards, who are such keen students of people's natures, their loves, desires, and their most important stories. They are also wandering sorts in general, so they become streetwise in short order. Bards are nothing without their stories, and the best stories come from history. In fact, what is history but a series of stories encapsulating all knowledge? So I'd like to focus on the historic story weaving aspects of our bard. I think history probably is one of our skills, but performance, deception, empathy, persuasion, streetwise, and history, we're going to end up needing to pick 2 of those. Okay. Now, our physical description. Is there actually room here for this? So I think we're I think I'm just gonna give this a whirl. I think we're tall for a catfolk, okay, and slender. I'd like to know what color we are. Posture check. Thanks, Trombone. I would have never expected cat folk to have claws. Yeah, who'd have thunk it, hey? We're a cat folk bard. This is what we know about us so far. We're tall and slender. We're a color that chat can decide. Throw some ideas out there. I think we should be gray, but it's up to you guys. I think we've got our face looks kind of well weathered, a little bit beyond our years, you know, due to, I'm gonna write that down, because we've had a hard life. Okay, we've struggled. We were exiled from our catfolk village while like just as we were, you know, like becoming an adult, and we were unsuccessful finding a mate. We're exiled. We had a hard life. It's a number of years traveling around, just eating scraps, trying to get by before we embraced life as a bard. Our face looks weathered beyond our delicate age of 27. Is that an appropriate age for a cat? I don't know. But that's how old we are. Okay. Yay, that's the wrong camera. We should be a dark bluish green, which are the opcost color. Hey, that's okay. I mean, the cat folk were generally described as, let's see here. They're covered in fur that varies widely in length, coloration, and pattern. Okay? So we can basically be whatever we want. Let's run with it. I like that. Okay? We're kind of maybe we're like a deep cold gray with that bluey green undertone. Okay? This is an important question for me. Do we spell gray with an A or an E? I spelled it with an E because that's the correct thing to do. But I'd be curious what others think. This perplexes me for no good reason. Also, I'm going to take 1 second to fix something about my Stream Manager view that's pissing me off. There we go. Doesn't want to work. There we go. Doesn't want to let me save my changes to the view. Love that for me. That's okay. All right. So we're deep cold gray. We've got a well-worn face. We're tall and slender. Okay, I think that's all right for a physical description. Let's see what else it's got in here as prompts in case there's anything else we need to know. No, I don't think so. Personality and ideals. Okay, let's talk about this. Once you have an image in your head of what you look like, it's time to think about how you act. This includes your mannerisms, your beliefs, and the things you strive for. Much more so than your physical description. Your personality and ideals will shape how you choose to play the game. So this is important stuff, okay? Motivations and drives can most directly influence how you choose to proceed through an adventure, so it is very important to have a general idea of these details before you start playing. The first thing to consider is how you interact with others. It's good to have an idea of how others see you and what face you show to those around you, because this will make certain decisions during the adventure feel right. Okay? Of course, in addition to the outward persona you show, you have an internal logic. Take some time to determine your motivations. Details such as your beliefs, world outlook, mannerisms, and fears will add narrative depth to the stories you tell. Aside from your personality, you should also take some time to define your ideals. Determine 1 or 2 statements that say something about who you are and what you believe in. Perhaps these are beliefs you vocalize to your companions on a regular basis. There's a lot to consider here, so it is best to choose 2 or 3 details about your personality and ideals. This should give you a good starting point and a few places from which to draw your inspiration when making decisions over the course of your adventures. Okay? So, that's pretty open-ended. That stubborn Martina. This is about role-playing, not about you. Okay? Now, what do we want our personality and ideals to be here? We I don't know. I feel like it's sensible that the way we were cast out, I feel like we have we have difficulty developing trust. We make fast friends with people, but on a very surface level. That's part of our ability as a bard to like be persuasive. It's our instinctive need to take care of ourselves, right? And that true deep trust, we haven't found that yet. Okay, so trust is I don't know how to encapsulate what I just said while writing it down. But basically, we make friends quickly. But deep trust takes time, right? It needs to be earned. We haven't found that. What else? What else are our personality and ideals? I think that basically we could summarize this as trust is earned. Respect is given, but trust is earned. Okay? Because we trusted our family, and despite that, they cast us out. Truthful. We're truthful. Okay? Okay, so listen, I think truthful might be an interestingly difficult one to roleplay. That's fun because we want to be persuasive, maybe sing a good song, tell a good tale, maybe bend the truth there, stretch the details a little bit. But when it matters, we come from a place of truth. I think we can do that. Okay. Let's we'll say honest. Okay, and we'll be honest. We'll be honest, like in how can I describe that? We tell big tales, but when it counts, we're honest. We're honest when it comes to like decision making or like the tough stuff, right? We're willing to stretch the truth. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. But when it matters, we're gonna be truthful. That's gonna be tough. Okay. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story unless it matters. And I'm basically out of space here, but okay, we're nervous. We surface level. We make friends quickly. We do that to pursue our own ends, but we struggle with deep relationships. We tell a good story, but we when it matters, we're gonna be honest and represent ourselves accordingly. And then we need probably like what's one more personality trait here that we can. Let's take a look at what it said about catfolk and try and pick something on brand for a cat. Cool backstory. Thank you. The background next. Yeah, we kind of like just we talked about background. I didn't really write it down, right? But that's okay. Let's see here. It doesn't really tell me a ton other than, you know, we're agile and perceptive, but those are things like those are our traits. Those aren't our, you know, those aren't our ideals. Let's if we need to, you know what, I think we got enough there that we can run with that. We can always come back to it. So what's our backstory? I think we oh, there's the ad sound. It wasn't supposed to happen yet, but it did. It did. All right. So we're gonna, you know what? I'm gonna refresh my drink. I'm gonna take. There's an ad running anyway. I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute break. My coffee has run out, and there's a lot of talking involved here. So I need to make sure I've got something to quench my thirst. So I'm gonna take a 2-minute break, maybe 3 minutes, get another coffee, come back, we'll finish rounding out our backstory, and then we'll pick some skills and dive in. So I'll see you back in just a couple minutes. All right, friends, I'm back. Got fresh coffee here. Grabbed a couple lozenges because I am going to be talking a lot, and I'm predicting that it's going to be rough on my throat. And let's jump back into it here. Hey, Kit Kat is the best. That was one of those rare times where I was kind. Thanks for that hydrate. Thanks for taking care of me. All right, so let's write down our background. We talked this out. I talked this out last time or earlier, but I didn't write it down. So we're high ranks, right? And high ranks exile adults when they inevitably starve because they're not great farmers or what have you. They exile unmarried adults. So our background is we failed to find a mate. I cannot spell failed. And we were exiled from our home at the we'll say we were exiled at 19. And then we wandered Terranoth for several years. Okay. And during those years, this is why we look a little weathered beyond our age, despite being a cat. We somehow, despite a fur-covered face, we somehow have fine lines in there and look a little like a older elderly cat. Maybe not an old cat, but not a 27-year-old cat anyway. Cat folk, because that would be a really old cat. Anyways, and those were hard years. We wandered, we scraped by, we foraged, we ate trash. You know, we did what was necessary to get by, right? So those were hard years. Okay. And then we found the Bardic College, right? and we stayed there for several years. And then we've more recently left as we try and like sort of expand our horizons and learn more of the stories of other people and places within Terranoth and share those with others, and hope to try and use that to earn a living, to get by. And you know, like we talked about, like deep down inside we have some hope that maybe one day we'll fix that thing that we have that sense of failure about, where we failed to find a mate and we were cast out, and we still resent ourselves for it, and we have some deep-seated hope that we'll one day find a mate, but it feels we also have a ton of self-doubt about it, right? So we're filled with doubt, and it's a real distant hope that we don't think about or acknowledge often. Lingering resentment, exactly. So we feel resentful about our mate. I write too big, and this sheet is small, so I can't really capture that, but there we go. That's sort of our backstory. That's where we came from, how we got to be where we're at generally here. This isn't strictly just a role-playing game. Like there are decisions to make here and so on. So I think that'll suit us for now. If we need to flesh that out a little bit more later, we can do so. But that brings us to the final step of character creation, which is to choose our skills. Okay, so it says here that skills represent inherent talents and the training you have received. Each skill corresponds to some set of tasks, and having a particular skill means that you excel with those tasks. However, it's important to note that not having a skill does not mean you are incompetent at such a task. It simply means that you do not exceed the average person's level of talent. Your skills provide you with additional options when making decisions, or improve your chances of success while attempting to perform a task related to your skills. Select a total of 5 to 8 skills from the list on the next 2 pages. At least 2 of them have to be in the race skill list. At least 2 have to be in the class skill list. Any additional skills can be selected freely, but your personality and ideals might suggest which skills you do or do not have. Okay? The number of skills you select affects your stamina, as described below. Aside from skills, you have a maximum amount of stamina that represents how much you can push yourself before you collapse from exhaustion. A high stamina means you can endure more physical strain from exerting yourself or suffering damage in combat. A low stamina means you are more fragile and more likely to be overburdened by the stress of your adventures. There is a cost to having a high stamina, however, or seen another way, a benefit to low stamina. Your maximum stamina, if you choose only 5 skills, is 14, but your stamina is decreased by 2 for each skill you have chosen beyond 5, to a minimum of 8 with 8 skills. In this way, you can be exceptionally durable but have a less diverse set of skills, you can be exceptionally talented in myriad skills but have a low stamina, or you could be somewhere in between. Questing in small numbers is dangerous. As such, your maximum stamina is increased if playing with 2 or fewer heroes. If you're playing with exactly 2, you increase it by 2. If you're playing alone, you increase it by 4. Okay, so I think we should, so we'll have +4 anyway, but I think we should have probably, a high stamina here. We did endure those hard years and the stress therein, and if we could handle that, we can handle anything. So we must be kind of inherently high stamina. So we're probably thinking about choosing 5 or 6 rather than 7 or 8 skills. Okay. So there's a list of skills. Do they have a good way for us to kind of go through this? I feel like, maybe I only printed out. I printed out a couple sheets, but I might have only printed out. I think we just have to write these down. Okay. So that's kind of annoying. But that's okay. So let's talk about skills. Maybe I'll just go through all of the available skills, and then we can look back. So 4 of our skills out of our 5 or 6 total are going to come from our 2 from our race and 2 from our class. So 4 at a minimum. So 4 out of 5 or 6, we just don't get to choose other than like, well, we choose from a pre-existing set, right? Maybe let's revisit those first before we look at this. So as a cat folk, I'm going to actually write this down here on this sheet of paper. Do I have a blank sheet? I do. All right. So cat folk have agility. As I can't, my hand is hitting the thing. I'm done. We have awareness. We excel at survival. That's probably on brand for our journey so far, but catfolk have strong reflexes, senses, and coordination with the agility and awareness expected of a forest cat. Natural hunters, catfolk excel at survival. They move easily through the wilderness, homes, and their natural athletics and stealth. Keeping them out of danger. When danger does threaten, catfolk have claws, teeth, and an affinity for brawling. Okay. So we need to pick 2 of these. I mean, I think these are like fundamentally understandable concepts. We know what agility is without having to, you know, reference the skills list back here, right? Agility represents your physical reflexes, coordination, and dexterity. Being agile will allow you to react quickly and both dodge and block incoming attacks during combat. Maybe we should just read these. Here's what I think we should do, okay? I think that, so we need to pick 2 of these. These are from being a catfolk. Okay? So we need to pick 2. I mean, we could pick more than 2, but at least 2 have to come off this list. So what I'm going to suggest we do here is I'm going to read these out, and then why don't we pick one to exclude? We'll pick one that doesn't feel on brand. Maybe I'll pick the one that I choose to exclude. I'm going to put the remaining 5 in a poll, and whatever the top 2 are, I'll let you guys vote extra times with channel points or whatever. And whatever the top 2 are, we'll pick those. Okay? So agility is physical reflexes, coordination, and dexterity. It helps us both offensively and defensively in combat. I don't feel like I feel like we should be agile, but I don't think I don't want to play with a huge emphasis on combat. We want to persuade, we want to talk our way, we want to be sleek and clever more than we're not an orc. We're not running in, you know, with a club hitting stuff. So that might, yeah. Anyway, awareness. Awareness represents your ability to observe your surroundings. Being aware means you are more likely to notice changes in your surroundings, or if someone or something is sneaking up on you. That does seem very cat-like. Survival represents your knowledge of the natural world and your ability to overcome the dangers of living or traveling in the wild, whether you are foraging for wild berries or predicting the weather. So that's immensely important to us as a person, and how we got through those hard years, right? Athletics represents your physical strength, prowess, and fitness. Being athletic means you are a strong runner, climber, and swimmer, as well as possessing raw physical strength. Stealth represents your ability to move undetected, silently, and unseen. Your talent for being stealthy may also grant you an advantage in noticing others who wish to go unnoticed. And then brawling represents your prowess in a fist fight, while wrestling, or in an all-out brawl. In a brawl, there are no rules, and anything from your fists to the broken leg of a chair is weapon enough. Okay, so I think I'm going to exclude one of these, and And you guys are gonna, I'm gonna put a poll up, and we're gonna pick one, okay? You guys are gonna vote, and the top 2 selections will be the 2 that I pick. So I'm gonna exclude athletics, because athletics is like, we're really strong. I think we're lean, we're sleek, we might have stamina, we might have made it through those tough years and be able to endure hardship or find ourselves our way out of a difficult scenario through speech or other means. But we're not strong, we're not buff, we're not, you know, like as a cat, sure, you know, but we're not. Those were hard years. We weren't eating protein and lifting weights. We're not buff, right? So I'm going to exclude athletics. I'm going to make a quick poll with the remaining things here: agility, awareness, survival, stealth, and brawling. And you guys vote. I'll put it so that we can vote additional times with channel points, and then we'll just pick the top 2. Okay, so start a new poll here. We'll call this one catfolk traits. Okay, we got agility, awareness, survival. I might be misspelling these. I literally can't read them on the screen. Stealth and brawling. We'll allow additional votes. I'm gonna say additional votes are gonna just be 50 channel points. Pick a couple to vote for. Please don't go psycho and vote for like 900 things or whatever, but we'll give you a minute. And go. Okay. Hey, Bokle. Cats are supposed to be agile. My cat is not. I also have a not agile cat. Welcome in, Bokle, by the way. So my cat, Demon, who, if you watch the surprise stream on Tuesday, I tried to make him in the cat creator in the digital Calico game. Didn't really work out. You can't make a floofy enough cat in that game, which I find really disappointing, actually. But Demon he's old now. He's 13 and he's acting like an elderly cat, but he has always been like exceptionally not agile. He'll miss jumps and crash into stuff all the time, and you know, it's kind of sad now because he's old, so he'll will have a stool beside the bed so that he can get up into the bed. And even sometimes he's like, I think the thing with Demon is he always puts in like the absolute minimum effort. Like he can jump onto our bed no problem, but he doesn't want to. So we put a stool there, and he'll like, you know, kind of climb up halfway. He's got his paws on the bed, and then he'll put in the exact minimum effort needed to get his big fat butt onto the bed. And sometimes he guesses wrong and he doesn't make it, even though he's totally capable of doing it. And like it's a little sad now because he's old, but it's been that way his whole life. When he was a kitten, he would always do that. He wants to, for agile cat things, he wants to put in as little effort as possible. It was amusing, and now it's kind of sad. All right, let's check in on this poll. What do we got here? Okay, so agility was the top thing. I agree. Agility and stealth. Okay, so we'll pick agility and stealth. And I'm just gonna note here. Oh, did it? Where are my poll results? They just vanished. Let's see this here. Awareness. Nobody thought we should go for survival or brawling, which I find surprising. I thought survival was kind of important to our backstory here, but that's okay. I'm just going to put a line beside awareness. It was our third choice if we do want to kind of embrace that. We can remember that one was the third choice. Okay, so let's take a look at what are our skills. That was because we were a catfolk. We are also, as you know, a catfolk bard. You missed this, Bokle. We're doing character creation for Legacy of Dragonholt. We are going to be a catfolk bard. We've had a hard life. We weave stories as we travel the world trying to get by. And we need to pick 2 skills as a bard. So we're going to do the same thing. I am going to note what our skills are, I'm going to choose one that I want to exclude, and then I will put up a poll for the remaining 5, and we'll pick the top 2 as our skills. Okay, so a bard is not a bard without some skill in performance. Okay. And deception, empathy, and persuasion are second nature to most bards. Who are keen students of other people's natures, their loves, their desires, and their most important stories. They are also wandering sorts in general, so they become streetwise in short order. Bards are nothing without their stories, and this is our bard. We're focused on weaving stories rather than singing tales. It's my personal challenge there. Okay, bards are nothing without their stories, and the best stories come from history. In fact, what is history but a series of stories encapsulating all knowledge? Okay, so these are our bard traits. I'm going to read them out just so that we know. Performance represents your ability to entertain or inspire with grand tales and epic ballads. Whether resting or in the heat of battle, your performance will lend courage and hope to your allies. Okay, so that seems pretty appropriate, right? We've all seen you play before. We know that survival is not your strongest skill. I missed that, Risto, but you're absolutely right, and I appreciate you. Okay, where were we? Deception. Deception represents your ability to lie convincingly and maintain a lie. Your deceit can be used in many ways, from pretending to be someone you're not to performing a convincing feint in combat. So listen, we're gonna just cross out deception because that's the one I'm gonna veto here, okay? Because deception is goes straight against our character. We said that we are honest. We're not gonna let the truth get in the way of a good story, but when it matters, when it gets down to it for nitty-gritty details, we're gonna tell the truth. And that lying and maintaining a lie is the polar opposite of that. So we're just gonna cross that one out, okay? But I'll read through what these other ones are before we do our poll. So empathy represents your ability to understand how others feel or to know what they're thinking. You'll be able to more easily communicate with others or possibly detect their lies if you're empathetic. I feel like our life of hardship probably leads us to being very empathetic. Okay. Persuasion here. Where are we? Where is persuasion listed on here? Right under empathetic. Persuasion represents your ability to alter another's opinions or perception of a social situation. For example, you might be able to persuade a vendor to lower her prices or convince a guard to allow you unfettered passage through a gate. So this is what we were talking about in that honesty. We're persuasive. Don't let the truth get in the way of a good story, but we're not going to be dishonest, outright lying, trying to deceive people for our own ends. Okay? We're streetwise. Okay, streetwise represents your general knowledge of social etiquette and your ability to gather information from the locals. Tracking a villain through the streets is easy if you know who to ask and who to bribe. And then history represents your knowledge of all things historic, from family heritages to heraldry to the history of Terranoth's baronies. So history, we're a bard, we tell tales. History is an important part of that. Persuasive, you say? Exactly. So I'm going to set up this other poll here, and just like last time, the top 2 will be the traits we pick. So we got performance, empathy, which I can't spell. Please feel empathy for my lack of typing skills. Persuasion, streetwise, and history. Hey, we can vote extra times. Don't go crazy. You got a minute. Curiosity killed the cat, so it's bad at survival. That's why it has 9 lives. It's fair. I missed that comment somehow too. It's because this, I really should change the way this screen is set up. It's just like my old pathetic eyes can't do it anymore. Maybe I'll do that now while this poll runs. Make this one a little bit bigger scale. No, that is the wrong one, my friends. I messed this up. There we go. See if I can still actually see Twitch buttons and stuff. Sorta. I'm the only voter? Never mind. Okay. So we're empathetic and persuasive. Okay. Okay. So we picked empathy. So our hard life on after being exiled from our homeland has given us a deep rooted empathy. We feel for others and understand what it means to struggle, right? And then we also voted for persuasion with streetwise as our final one. Okay, so persuasion, that's how we've gotten by all these years, right? We've spent time living in the wilderness, hunting for survival, but we've also spent time in the streets of the various towns and villages of Terranoth, and knowing that with the right word or a bit of coin or what have you, we can get what we need to get by. Sounds like there's an ad. And then streetwise was our third. Okay, so in so doing, all this persuasion, we've learned a bit about how to look after ourselves on the mean streets of Terranoth. Okay, so let's take a look here. Our skills are agility and stealth. Empathy and persuasion. Okay, so these were our catfolk skills at the top, our agility and stealth, right? And empathy and persuasion were because we're a bard. So now we need to pick between 1 and 4 additional skills. Okay, and I think that we probably want only 1 or 2. Okay, we only want 1 or 2 here. You think 2 additional, Stuart or Seth rather? Maybe. So let's think about this so far. Agility and stealth. These are physical skills, right? These are physical skills. Okay, and empathy and persuasion are social skills. Okay, we don't have any combat skills, mental skills, or utility skills. Okay, so I think you're right. Let's pick a utility skill. Okay, and then we'll pick either a combat or a mental skill, and we'll have 6 skills total. Probably we generally try to avoid combat, so maybe let's just forego combat. We suck at combat. We're not combative. We'd rather talk our way out of a problem than throw hands. So we're gonna pick a utility skill and a mental skill. Okay, now awareness was our kind of third choice as a catfolk. So that's potential. But why don't I just read out the mental skills? We'll do a vote for a mental skill, and then I'll read out the utility skills, and we'll do a vote for one of those. Okay? and then we'll have our 6 skills. And then you have no vetoes, by the way. I came to the same conclusion, but I love how you caught on to that as well. Okay, so awareness represents your ability to observe your surrounding. Being aware means you are more likely to notice changes in your surroundings or if someone or something is sneaking up on you. History, this was also in our vote before as a bard skill. We did not vote for it at all though. Okay. History represents your knowledge of all things historic, from family heritages to heraldry to the history of Terranoth's baronies. Reasoning represents your problem solving and critical thinking. This may be fun to roleplay, because I usually don't demonstrate this very well on stream here. You are more likely to think first before acting and make better decisions if you have reasoning. I'm not sure that fits with a catfolk. I think we're driven instinctually, but nonetheless. Survival we also voted on, and that was a hard no as well. Survival represents your knowledge of the natural world and your ability to overcome the dangers of living or traveling in the wild, whether you are foraging for wild berries or predicting the weather. And then finally, willpower represents your mental and spiritual fortitude and the conviction you hold in your heart to carry through with your goals despite the challenges life or your enemies throw at you. So if I was to pick one here that fits with our character, I would pick willpower or perhaps awareness. But we're going to do it to a vote, no veto. You guys will do the same vote as we've done in the past here. Oh, I don't like how these buttons are now. Oh, Twitch. Why do you hate me, Twitch? Why do you hate me? You know what? Okay, I'm going to set this poll up real quick. And then I'm going to fix this. So this is our mental skill. And we are picking from awareness, history, reasoning, survival, and willpower. Okay, same as last time. You're welcome to take an extra vote. We only get one of these, okay? But I'll leave that up to you guys. You figure it out. And I'm going to fix my display settings here so that I can both see this and still interact with it without hating my life. I increased the scale on it and it is not happy. I'm using like I don't even know, it's like a 13-inch monitor. I think, it might be 12 inches, and it's like 6 feet away from me. What happens in a tie? We'll settle a tie with a coin toss, as we did before. Okay, so, I don't know where I put the coin. I'm sure it's around, but we'll settle any ties with a coin toss. That's how we determined we were a catfolk rather than a dwarf, and it's fair enough, It's fair enough. So, what we got? Oh, a tie between history and willpower. Okay, I guess I better find that coin. I literally have no idea what I did with it. Oh, hey. Here it is. Okay, so history is going to be the dude. Heads is history. And tails, the dryad logo, that's going to be willpower. Okay? We got willpower. All right, so willpower represents your mental and spiritual fortitude and the conviction you hold in your heart to carry through with your goals despite the challenges life or your enemies throw at you. We are inherently strong-willed. It's why we're going to have fewer skills and more stamina here, right? Because we've been through lots. We've seen some things, and we are committed to making the world a better place through story and hopefully finding a way to get by as we do it. Now, let's pick a utility skill. Okay, so utility skills. Basically, none of these other than performance showed up in our previous look at this, okay? But we've got craftsmanship. So craftsmanship represents your ability to build, repair, or dismantle any number of wares. Your craft of choice might be tailored goods, wagon wheels, or even armor or weaponry. Devotion represents your knowledge of spiritual beliefs and folklore. Your devotion may even be enough to commune with the spirits and seek their assistance. Performance represents your ability to entertain or inspire with grand tales or epic ballads, whether resting or in the heat of battle. Your performance will lend courage and hope to your allies. Runes represent your knowledge of rune-bound shards and the ability to bend the rules by which they function, possibly allowing you to wield shards in ways not defined by their runes. I don't know what the hell a rune-bound shard is, but we'll find out. If you have the runes skill, it is assumed that you've come across a number of rune-bound shards in your time as a hero, and even have a small collection of your own: blasting, lightning, and growth. Okay, so we get some basic magic if we vote for runes. And thievery represents your aptitude for any number of talents related to theft, including lockpicking, pickpocketing, sleight of hand, or even fancy blade work with dagger and throwing knife. I think thievery isn't totally off-brand. We're willing to bend the truth, you know. We might use some of that sleight of hand in telling a good, showing a good magic trick or whatever to get by. But, you know, nonetheless, I don't get to pick. So I'm going to put the poll down with all of these. Okay? Make sure to read the sidebar. Oh, right there. What are runebound shards? Magic in the runebound world is a greatly powerful and untamed force. Individuals powerful enough to control the arcane are few and far between, even among the elves. Ages ago, one such powerful wizard, Timorin Lokander, gathered immense amounts of arcane energy and condensed it into a single orb of crystallized magic. However, Timoran was later forced to shatter the orb when the treacherous Wykar Samarian attempted to claim it for himself. After Timoran's death, the shards of the orb were scattered throughout Terranoth and beyond. Many of these shards, fragments of pure magic that sparkle like gemstones, were seized by the Dragon Lords, who inscribed mystic runes upon them. Each rune describes a specific purpose to the magic of the shard, to the magic the shard contains, and guides that magic to create specific spells. The dragon rune of each rune-bound shard guides the magic within the shard so that even those without magical talent may unleash their unique power. Alright, so basically, if we pick runes, we get to be a wizard. Or at least, somewhat. I don't feel like that's, you know, super on brand. But, nonetheless, let's start this poll up. So this is our utility skill. This is our final skill. And then we're going to dive into playing the game. So we've got craftsmanship. Can we build stuff? Can I spell craftsmanship is the real question. We've got devotion. Are we devout? Do we know about spiritual causes, and can we commune with spirits potentially? We've got performance. Can we put on a good show? Okay, we've got runes. Can we wield magical crystals in order to do specific spells? It sounds like blasting, lightning, and growth initially. Or thievery. Are we adept at lockpicking, pickpocketing, sleight of hand, etc.? I know what I would choose, but it is not up to me. So you've got a minute. Go for it. After this, decide on stamina. Yeah, for sure. So I think this is our final skill. I think we already know about stamina, right? This is our final skill, which determines how much stamina we get. And then we get 4 additional that we have to remember because we are playing solo, and it's a little bit harder. We can't share the wealth if we get attacked or what have you. Okay. So if we chose 5 skills, we would have 14, but we lose 2 for each one we choose beyond there. So we would have 12, but we gain 4 additional because we're playing single player. So we will have 16 as our maximum stamina. Okay. And what did we get? Runes! Everybody wants us to sling magic. Okay. So we've got runes as our final skill. We'll have to see how we can incorporate that. I would say that, you know, we've as we've traveled the world, we've had occasion where we've come across runes, and despite not being kind of innately magical, we've been able to use these to unlock certain spell casting, and that's been a valuable skill for us situationally, we'll say. Okay, not something we like to lean on too heavily. Okay, so it says once you've finished the above steps and recorded the details on your character sheet, you're ready for adventure. But before you start, take a moment to get to know the other heroes. Tell the other players about your hero. Well, we don't have any other players. Okay? So now we go to step 2 of setup in the rulebook, which I think is literally grab the first scenario book and start playing. It will teach you the rules. But we're going to double check. Okay? We're going to double check. Because this is our first time through. Oh, and you know what? We need to also, I think we start with we start with like 2 fame, and, or maybe that's, you know what, that might be in the rules. That's not part of our character creation. Let's see what step 2 of the rules say. This is the whole rule book, okay? This is the rules. This is like a reference that they say don't bother reading. I haven't read any of it, okay? But step 2, it says prepare the story tracking sheet. Oh yeah, there you go. So this is our story tracking sheet, okay? We're playing as Pirkim or Perky, Pirkim or Perky for short. We have a love-hate relationship with our nickname, okay? We begin with 100 gold. Okay. We can use this to purchase items and pay for training during our adventures. Okay, it's shared amongst us because we're the only one. And we start with 2 fame. Okay. Your fame increases as you become more well-known or your efforts are acknowledged by the nobility or townsfolk. Like gold, fame is shared by all the heroes. Leave all story points unmarked. Story points will be marked during your adventures to track the decisions you've made. Blasting. Writing down the runes we have. Blasting. I don't know if these are consumed. Why can I not spell? Lightning. And growth. I don't know if those are consumed or what. It gives us some place to put them down. They're not skills, but I'm writing them there anyway. Okay, so begin the first quest. During your adventures, you'll be instructed to read specific entries in the quest book. When instructed to read an entry, you might wish to record your entry number on the tracking sheet for that quest. You may reread any entry that you've previously read at any time. To complete setup and begin the first quest, find the 2 New Roads quest book and read entry 1000. And it says that there's rules sidebars in here that are going to teach us how to play the game as we go. The rule book exists only as a reference. I doubt we're going to need it, but we'll see. Also, when does items happen? I don't believe we start with any items, but maybe that's part of our, this first book here. I don't know. Okay, we definitely don't do any, we don't gain any items as part of character creation. This is a deck of item cards from A through T, okay? But you're specifically forbidden from like looking at the face and reading what they are. So I don't know anything about these, but I know that we don't start with any, okay? Note the check boxes. I don't know. Anyways, okay. So let's take a look at entry 1000. It says approximate playtime 50 to 80 minutes. This is the starter scenario. Like I mentioned, just in case you guys are curious, there's a couple things here that we may or may not get access to. It says don't look at them yet. And then there's like quite a few storybooks. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 additional storybooks. Each of them looks like an hour. And then this guy, it says 30 to 50 minutes per chapter. But like, who knows? This is like quite a healthy book. So there's a lot of story potential here. Risto, thanks for taking care of me with that hydrate. And let's dive into two new roads with entry 1,000. All right. So, your attention, please. You will notice rules sidebars such as this one throughout this quest book. These sidebars are intended to be used by first-time players to more easily learn the rules. Each sidebar is placed in an entry where you are first encountering a new rule. You can read more about any of the rules in these sidebars by reading their respective entries in the glossary, blah, 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 blah. All right, it says, you slump down on the wooden bench, stretching your legs. You've been traveling for nearly a week now toward a small village called Dragonholt. Your journey is at the request of Celise, a former adventuring companion and friend, who has since found her calling as a tutor of the children of Countess Regina Fairfax, Lady of Dragonholt. You take a moment to reread the letter. Well, they lied to me and said we might get this, but it tells us to get it right now. Oh, it's not even... I thought that was a sticker or something. All right. What do we got here? My friend, I pray this letter finds you in good health for once, because I need you to travel. This is like, there's nothing but spelling errors in here. I think intentionally. We got pray is wrong. There's an extra T. Once is misspelled. Travel is misspelled. That has to be intentional. Maybe she wrote this under duress. As you might have heard, I've taken a position as a tutor in the household of Lady Regina Fairfax. Regina? I don't know. Countess of Dragonholt, just outside the village. I elected to take this position because I hoped to find for some peace and quiet after the business that is Nerrikhall. Had I known what my future held, I would have done something else entirely. Lady Regina, we're gonna go with Regina. Lady Regina's 3 children are more than lively enough to deny me anything resembling peace or quiet. Even now, they are mainly grown. Even now that they are mainly grown, I remain very busy. But I did not write you to complain about my lot in life. As you know, I never complain, even when the so-called dwarven wine is very obviously an inferior human vintage. Again, or when my very favorite cloak, the blue one, is stained by some drunken lush spilling his wine. Elves should really stay out of human taverns. I write to you because I fear something sinister is at work here in Dragonholt, and I require your assistance. I dare not say more openly, as I think it likely this message will be intercepted. I can trust no one here to help me with this matter. After that business in Nerrikhall, I have only you and a small handful of other allies left. Please help me. There is more at stake than you know. Celise. So this letter is clearly, you know, she's this is full of strange misspellings and things like that. So I feel like there is more at stake. She wrote that under duress for sure, you know? We have to go figure out what's going on, and you got to do so promptly. You are uncertain why Celise has summoned you to Dragonholt. Her letter is strange, speaking only of a vague threat that requires your assistance. And although you are sure the letter was written in her hand, the message contains several details that you find uncharacteristic of the elf you adventured with in the past. You'd never known Celise to drink dwarven wine, and you would swear she always wore a green cloak, which she specifically mentioned in the letter was blue. It is not thinkable that her preferences have changed over the years, but something about the way the message is written makes you feel there is more to the letter than is obvious. That is true. I agree. You've always known Celeste to be excessively proper in her speaking. She must have been in a panic while writing to have produced so many spelling errors. Even more alarming is the brief note on the back of the letter. You had not received any word from Celeste before this one. Could she have sent another letter that was intercepted as she feared? Please refer to my first letter. I didn't even see that. We didn't get a different letter. Okay. Regardless of the vagueness of her request, you owe Celeste at least this much after that business in Naricol. As the tutor in the employ of a countess, she may be in a position to reward you handsomely for any assistance you can render. Excuse me, is this road the fastest way to Dragonholt? You look up from the letter to see Miriam, a gnome merchant you've been traveling with, talking to another traveler and pointing down a path toward a forbidding-looking forest. Aye, if you're going to Dragonholt, you'll have to go through Eventide Forest. Ain't no way around it. About a day's travel straight through. Miriam thanks the traveler, and he continues on his way in the direction opposite the forest. Probably a good idea. Run away! You know? You fold the letter and stow it away before standing. It won't do to rest for too long. You sling your baggage over your shoulder and prepare to resume your travels. Miriam turns to face you. Well, what are we waiting for? If that's the road to Dragonholt, let's be off. Miriam has been traveling with you for some 3 days now. Like you, she is traveling to Dragonholt, and, as she put it when you met, the more, the merrier. We should proceed with caution, calls Braxton from behind you. The orc woman hefts Miriam's bag off the ground where the gnome had left it and drops it into Miriam's open arms. Rumor has it there are bandits who make camp in those woods. We should watch our backs as we pass through. Since meeting Miriam and the orc knight-errant, you have found Braxton to be the more cautious of the pair by a wide margin. As far as you can tell, Miriam has hired Braxton for protection, but at times the orc seems to dote on the gnome more than a bodyguard would. You nod in agreement at Braxton's comment. With a last fleeting glance at the crossroads signpost, you follow after the energetic gnome, who has already started off towards Eventide Forest. So, what do we tell her? Do we say, let's make some headway before we lose the light? What else have you heard about these bandits? Or stick close, Miriam, it's dangerous to get separated. I feel like we are, likewise cautious. We're not very trusting, and we've had our fair share of encounters with bandits. We don't want to make headway before we lose the light. And we do like to know, we like context. We want to understand what's going on. We want to know more about the bandits, or we want to just generically tell her to stick close. We're not going to fight. We don't want to get... Let's do this. What else have you heard about these bandits? Okay. Maybe we should read this thing here. Making decisions. During your adventures, you will decide how to react to situations and how you act in general. Options are easy to identify by their white text on a dark red background. When you reach a decision point, a set of 2 or more options, you will read each of the available options and choose the one you prefer. You will then resolve the effects found below that option. Each effect is preceded by an arrow. For example, if you chose the "What else have you heard about these bandits" option, which we did, or I did, you're instructed to read entry 7773. To resolve this effect, you'll turn to that page, the page that contains this entry, and read it in its entirety. That entry in turn will contain another decision point or have further effects for you to resolve. We're not going to read about multiple players because we don't have them. We don't care. So let's go to 7773 and see what we get. It's very uniquely, it's not like 100, 101, whatever. It's like everything's quite different. Braxton strides beside you, keeping an ever-watchful eye on her eager companion. Not much. I've just heard from some travelers that a number of caravans have been ambushed while passing through. Valuable goods were taken. but the merchants and traders have been mostly unharmed. So this is mark story point S1. S1. Okay. Story points are abstract recordings of the decisions you make throughout your adventures. They allow future entries or future quests to play out differently depending on the decisions you've made. Story points are recorded on the story tracking sheet. Some effects, like the one above, instruct you to mark one or more story points. To mark a story point, locate it by referencing its letter and number, then mark it with a checkbox or X. Some effects in future entries will be resolved differently if specific story points have been marked. So, we should hurry along before it gets dark, or Miriam, best you don't get too far ahead. Sure, let's hurry along. We should hurry along before it gets dark. 66:20. We're doing our best not to read these other entries while we're here. You hustle forward to catch up to the gnome and keep pace with her. Braxton falls in just behind you. I understand your enthusiasm, but we must take our time once we enter the forest, or we may become lost. So we mark A1 and read entry 1340. Thanks for the lurk, Gecko. Can't believe you insisted that I make a cat, and then you bailed on me as soon as we started. All right. I think there's an ad starting here, but I think we can continue progressing through these rules. We're kind of just going through the motions. As you speak with your traveling companions, small trees begin to dot the terrain around you. Tall grass gives way to brush, and you soon find yourself at the edge of the forest. Time passes. Throughout your adventures, you will track the passage of time with the tracking sheet for the current quest. Each unit of time represents an abstract amount of time that could be anything from a few minutes to multiple hours, depending on the quest. When time passes, mark one box of time with a check mark or an X. Some effects in future entries will reference how much time has passed, or if a specific amount of time has passed. Do we have a quest tracking sheet? Oh, you know what? We do. Here we go. Time. Oh, and we can mark all the entries that we've read. We're going to start with 1340, and because we can reread any other ones that we've read. But I don't actually remember. It was 773, something else that we don't really care about, and 1340. This will be more important when we're not just going through the motions of learning the rules, right? Listen, Seth, we're not making any important decisions here. We're just going through the motions, okay? As you walk, you take the chance to become better acquainted with your fellow travelers. All right. I think your ad's just about coming to an end. I'll wait for that to happen. All right, so kind of going through the motions here, learning the rules, but we just found out how time works, and now we have to decide: do we want to ask Miriam what she plans to do in Dragonholt, or do we want to ask Braxton what she plans to do in Dragonholt? Either way, we get to read his story option. Okay, nothing exciting or super important has happened so far. So, who do we want to find out about? Miriam, the gnome merchant, or her bodyguard? I think we want to talk to the gnome, right? We want to know about the meat of what's going down. It's interesting that Braxton has a crush on Miriam, but we want to know what Miriam's up to, I think. Braxton, are you serious? Martina, you got a thing for hot lady orcs. Okay, fine, let's do it. Let's do it. So we're going to mark N3. And we're going to read entry 4945. Braxton. Help always knows the real story. Ooh, how insightful, Allison. Good call. Good call. Why ask Miriam where she might give us some, like, you know, some, whatever, feel-good story when we can talk to Braxton, who's, you know, in the weeds and is going to give us the hard truth. 49:45. Braxton smiles gently, nodding her head in Miriam's direction. I will continue to protect our friend Miriam for as long as she requires my services. As you may have noticed, looking after her does not leave me much time for anything else. I resemble that remark, calls Miriam. After that, I am not certain. I was not certain what to do with myself after meeting Miriam either. I suppose I will travel to a larger city and try and find employment. Oh my gosh. So do we ask Braxton about her past adventures, how she met Miriam? Do we tell her about our own adventures? Do we ask her which lord she served? Ask her about her military training? Or show her how to foil sleight of hand? So we have some requirements here. So it says required skills. Some options, like those seen above, required you to have one or more skills, items, or some other condition to be true. You cannot choose the option if the requirements are not met. If the requirements are not met. Good God, met. I don't know why that was so hard. For instance, you cannot choose the Ask Braxton which lord she served unless you have empathy or history. If you're playing with 2 or more players, you may read through all the possible options before deciding which player will make the decision. Obviously, we don't care about that. So let's use something that uses one of our skills. So we need deception or performance in order to do this, telling her about our past adventures. So that's not happening. Also, I don't like how that's deceptive. We need empathy or history to ask her about which lord she served. So we could do that because we are empathetic. We need history or military to talk to her about military training. So that's not happening. And we need awareness or thievery in order to tell her about sleight of hand. So we actually, the only skill that we can use here is if we ask her about which lord she served. Okay? We suck. Allison, we're like a page into the book. We don't suck. We don't suck. We just have a plethora of options, and we choose to ask her about which lord she served, and we hope that she's going to tell us that this lord was a friendly, or at least the least menacing one. You know, hopefully not someone awful who tortured her or caused her extreme duress. You know, so we'll ask her which lord she served. We're going to go to 510. Oh, hey, I should write these down because we can come back here. I don't think that's going to be important because we're doing the really basic intro stuff, but it might be like good habitually to do that. All right, 4510. Her gaze loses focus and she strokes the hilt of her sword with one hand. I was knighted after saving Lord Garrett Collar's life, and I served him faithfully for years. He was the Count of Lake Harmon, a cousin to Baroness Iona. Lord Collar was a good man, a good human. He taught me to read. He taught me, Braxton trails off as she takes a deep breath. He was a good man, but in time, he died. She glances at you, then looks all around as if to find lurking threats. My sword can't vanquish old age and illness. In any case, now I am a knight errant. Let's talk about something else. So we mark story points C3. I just went right through the paper there. And O2. There are a lot of story points in this grid. My bad. We do not have a plethora of options. All right. If 2 or more time has passed, which it hasn't, so we're going to read entry 7616. I'm assuming, listen, it's the start. Okay. It's the start of a role-playing game. You either kill rats or get attacked by bandits, often both, usually rats then bandits. After 2 time has passed, we're going to get attacked by bandits. Surely. But in the meantime, we're going to read 76:16. You continue down the road, and the sky overhead is soon obscured by the foliage of the forest canopy. Streams of sunlight dance around you as a gentle breeze shakes the leafy ceiling. Miriam skips forward and spins through the shafts of light, smiling and laughing. It would be best if you stayed close. Becoming lost in the woods is all too common for those not accustomed to traveling without the sun or moon to guide them. Despite the orc's warning, Braxton makes no additional effort to keep pace with the playful gnome. If story point N3 is marked, it is. So we're going to read entry 4389. I will say, Miriam seems extraordinarily carefree for us going into the notoriously, unsafe forest filled with bandits. She seems to be keen on spinning circles and dancing. I don't know. 4389. Bring on the kobolds! Exactly, right? Exactly. 4389. You change the subject, electing to ask Braxton what she knows about Dragonholt. I've never been to Dragonholt myself, says Braxton. Lord Collar's lands were west of here, so I never had occasion to visit. I did hear that the village has a fine inn. You heard that from me, calls Miriam. Miriam's aunt runs the place, says Braxton with a smile. Apart from that, I think the place is rather unremarkable. A small collection of houses surrounded by farms and orchard. She frowns and drums her fingers on the hilt of her sword, looking all around. Well, there was that one story about a brave hero who could freeze a dragon's flames in his throat. But I think that was just a story. Braxton lapses into a comfortable silence for some time. Do we ask Braxton about her family, ask her about orcs generally, or leave her to her thoughts? What do we want to do? I feel like Braxton's on edge, right? Braxton keeps grabbing the hilt of her sword. She doesn't seem like a keen conversationalist. I think we should leave her be and allow her to just be at peace with her thoughts. Pay attention to the bandits in the trees around us so that she can take the first arrow instead of us. Don't make the sword angry. Exactly. We don't want to piss off the guard. We want her to be a good bodyguard, and we want Miriam to be far enough away. Like we care about survival. Getting through tough situations. We're going into a difficult spot here. Let's leave her to her thoughts. Okay. So we're gonna read entry 98. I went way too far. Don't mind her, Miriam says to you in a hushed voice. Braxton isn't much for socializing. We could tell. Don't take it personally. I'm sure she'll warm up to you over time. So, if 2 or more time has passed, inevitably the bandits attack, but it hasn't. So instead, we're going to read entry 3859. Eventide Forest is an intimidating landmark, and you can see why Braxton was concerned. Within an hour of entering the forest, the thin, young trees give way to ancient, gnarled guardians. The light, leafy canopy transforms into an impressive shroud that cloaks the road in darkness, even during the most sunny of days. Time passes. This feels like inevitability, my friends. In the darkness of Eventide Forest, a chilling stillness reigns, and even bird songs are drowned out by silence. You must continue onward. Miriam's usual banter quieted by her new mood. 1 part fascination and 1 part fear. Braxton keeps an ever-vigilant eye on the surroundings, her hand now resting on the pommel of the blade at her waist. You soon come to a stop when you catch up to Miriam. She is glancing down at what appears to be a small game trail that branches away from the main road. Up ahead, you see that a number of fallen trees are blocking your path. An old crossroads signpost marks the split, but the wood is too rotted and the writing is indecipherable. What do we do now? It doesn't seem like Lady Regina has been alerted yet. Braxton strains to look over the fallen trees. We could clear the road ourselves or send word to Lady Regina once we reach Dragonholt. Maybe we could try this trail, offers Miriam. Maybe it connects to the main road on the other side. So do we scout along the game trail and report back? Climb over the trees and continue on the main road? Or clear the road of debris before continuing? Okay, listen. We're in the eerie forest, and just suddenly the road is blocked with trees, and there happens to be a trail beside us. That's no. The answer's no. We're gonna die. We're not going down. This is a clear trap, and we're not gonna go down the road. But we do, care about others, and want to have an important task here. We're gonna clear this road of debris. Hey, scout along the game trail and report back? No way. That's crazy. It's crazy. We can't do that. Put want in one hand and crap in the other and see which fills up first. Okay. Interesting. Listen. We're gonna clear this road of debris. Mind you, the 3 of us, I'm a cat. I'm a weak cat. Am I going to be any good at clearing the road? We're going to watch our orc friend clear the road of debris before continuing. But it's the right thing to do. The right thing. Flip a coin. We're stealthy, just saying. Flip a coin or roll a die between A and C. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, I think this is certain death. We get an arrow in the neck if we go down A. But I'm willing to give it a try. Let's flip a coin. Our trusty coin here, okay? Heads, we'll go, we'll scout. Tails, we will clear the road of debris. Okay? Heads, we're dead. We're gonna scout straight to our death. All right. We embrace our inner agile, stealthy catliness and decide to scout down the trail. While, our last words to our companions before leaving to scout is, what could go wrong? So we're going to read entry 5822. Make sure to write the entry. Thank you. I'm getting used to writing it down. I kind of remembered. 5822. What could go wrong? You follow the trail away from the main road, ducking under low-hanging branches and hopping over muddy puddles. The trail winds back and forth, and you soon lose your bearings. As you scramble over a particularly steep slope, the soft earth gives way, and you tumble head over heels until you come to a stop at the base of a tree. If you do not have agility, awareness, or survival, you lose 3 stamina. But hey, we do have agility, so it's not actually a trap. We're just it was tougher terrain than anticipated, and we fell. But using our cat-like reflexes, we managed to avoid any serious injury. So it says here, stamina is a measure of how much you can push yourself or resist strain or damage. Excessive amounts of physical labor, prolonged exposure to harsh conditions, and physical damage suffered in combat all cause you to lose stamina. Your maximum stamina was determined during character creation and should be recorded on your character sheet. We have 16. We get a little extra because we're solo. Whenever you lose stamina, subtract that amount from your current stamina, recording it separately from your maximum. If your current stamina drops to 0, one of your skills will be disabled and you will recover 1 stamina. A disabled skill cannot be used until an effect allows you to recover that skill. Alright, it says you crawl back to your feet and continue on, resolving to be more careful. After some time, you rejoin the main road, well past the deadfall that blocked it. You turn back, and being certain to mark your route this time, rejoin the others. So time passes. We've now passed 3 time, and we get story point K3. Fell off a cliff. You and your traveling companions make your way along the game trail and continue your journey along the main road. Read entry 8557. All right, I was wrong. We didn't get an arrow in the neck. Chat was right. Watch this. Our excellent last words. I like it. I'll remember that for next time. When it looks like we're going to get to a fight, I'll try to remember. Watch this. I'll stab this guy in the face. It'll be easy. What was this? 8557. After following the winding road for what feels like hours, you begin to fear that you are traveling in circles. Just as you are about to suggest turning back, Miriam calls out from beyond the next bend. There's a clearing up here. Listen, just hear me out. Miriam lived in Dragonholt? How is she surprised that there's a clearing? Doesn't she know the terrain? Can't she guide us? I'm a little disappointed. I think she's lying to us. As you round the bend, you see Miriam staring up at a single massive tree that stands alone in the center of a clearing, some 20 paces across. Although the great oak's canopy is just as thick as anywhere else in the forest, its branches reach well above the tops of the surrounding trees, affording you a view of the sky at the edges of the clearing. Ah, here we are. If 3 or more time has passed, read entry 3549. We got here after dark and we get an arrow in the neck. Surely. One too far. So I just had ChatGPT help me with a cover letter. They made the tone a little too conversational when adding, P.S. if you're curious, I make a mean batch of chocolate chip cookies. I'd be more than happy to share some with the team. That's a bit personal for cover letter, I think. Unless perhaps it's a job at a bakery or baking adjacent office job. In that case, totally the right move. Otherwise, perhaps a little too friendly. I feel like I just made a mistake. No, I need to find 3549 and it's buried in the corner. Here we are. It's already night. No wonder I feel so tired, Miriam mutters with a large yawn. Sure enough, when you look up, you see stars sparkling brightly in the vast emptiness of the night sky. You note how brilliant they seem so far from the torchlight of the city. At the edges of the clearing, several paths cut through the dense trees, leading away from the great oak in different directions. Only a few seem well traveled, but none are marked by signs. Braxton, too, has noticed the myriad options for further travel. We should get our bearings before making camp for the night. Miriam rolls her eyes at Braxton's suggestion. We can use the sun as our guide in the morning. I'm going to sleep. With that, she takes out a bedroll and makes camp at the base of the great oak. Do we determine our heading by observing the stars? We need Arcana, Devotion, or Survival, none of which we have, so that's not happening. Do we convince Miriam to read the stars before she sleeps? We need empathy or persuasion. We could do that one. Do we climb the great oak to look for a landmark? That would be, we require agility, which we have. Or do we just let Braxton deal with it and just go to sleep? Okay. So we can either try to convince Miriam or climb the great oak. I think we should just let our companion sleep and not piss her off. And should instead just, we're a cat. Let's climb the tree, man. The cats love to climb trees. Surely, right? Surely. Does anyone else, what do we think? Anyone think we need to piss off our sleepy, teammate instead of climbing the tree? See, I like it. All right, we're climbing the tree. 37:29. As you climb up the great oak tree, you find a number of curious items secreted throughout its branches. There are scraps of paper covered in writing in various languages. Some tied around branches, others glued to the trunk with sticky pine sap. There are intricately carved statuettes tucked into crooks in the tree's boughs or strung from leather cords. There are small clay pots tucked into holes. You pocket a small wooden trinket to show your companions when you return to the ground. You gain the wooden trinket. I feel like us taking some ceremonial object out of a tree in the wilderness is probably in poor taste, but here we are. Hubby is home for a lunch break. Be back soon. All right, cool. See you soon. So it says items. Some effects cause you to gain items. To gain an item, record the item's name on your character sheet. That's a good idea. We have a wooden trinket. Okay. Then search for that in the item deck. So that's item B. Wooden trinket. You found this intricate wooden trinket at the Great Oak in Eventide. It looks quite old. A heart is carved into the wood, containing the letters T and U. Interesting. Who could T and U be? I don't know. But I feel like taking their wooden trinket out of the Great Oak is a little bit blasphemous. I don't know. Nonetheless, here we are. Leaving the other objects undisturbed as you can manage, you climb from thick, sturdy branch to thick, sturdy branch until you find yourself in the upper part of the tree. Moving more cautiously, lest the thinner branches give way beneath your weight, you make your way to the edge of the leaves and look out over Eventide Forest. The trees beneath you murmur and whisper in the night breeze, visible as little more than a dark ocean of rustling leaves. In the distance, you can see the beacon tower in Dragonholt, rising above the forest. You are now confident you know the way to Dragonholt. Mark story point P3. Nice. When you return to camp, you show the wooden curio to your companions, but they have no better idea what to make of it than you do. You decide to keep the trinket as a souvenir to remind you of your trip. Read entry 8549. You assist Braxton in gathering some kindling and start a small campfire a few paces from the Great Oak. While you work, you can hear Miriam humming softly to herself. You set out your bedroll and relax. Although you are all tired, a brief chat around the campfire is not an unwelcome event. All right. Do we want to ask Miriam what she plans to do in Dragonholt? Requires that N3 is marked. So basically we can just go straight to sleep, or we can ask the person who we didn't ask earlier. So we asked Braxton. Let's have a nice chat around the campfire. We're not gonna go straight to sleep. That's weird. That's weird, right? How tired can we be? Also, this cover letter is for a dental reception position, which makes the chocolate chip cookies even better. But also, am I trying to bribe the hiring team with cookies? You can A, bribe them, and B, it's like, listen, the cookies are like the gift that keep on giving. You can like bribe the reception team, but you could also like place cookies in like the reception area, which inevitably over time cause cavities and drum up business for the dentist. The multifaceted plan, Trombone. ChatGPT is clever, more clever than it seems. Make sure to write the item name on the character sheet. I did, in fact. It was just kind of off camera because I'm really zoomed in so we can kind of see some of these options, I hope. All right. So I think we should talk to Miriam. We're not going to go straight to sleep, right? That's weird. We don't want to we're shy and nervous, but we like persuading people. We like getting to know them even if we don't deeply trust them. So we're going to ask Miriam what she plans to do in Dragonholt. You know, like 3579? That feels so familiar, but it isn't. I'm glad you asked, bubbles Miriam. I'm going to set up the finest apothecary's shop that Dragonholt has ever seen. I'll brew potions and sell remedies and make lots of money. She nods, tossing a vial of pink liquid into the air, catching it, and balancing it on her finger for no particular reason. Unlurk, welcome back. 8557, why'd you say that? I don't know. Anyways. My aunt can help me get started. She already runs the best inn in town, and she's a fantastic tailor too. Miriam flourishes her half cape and brightly colored tunic. It's interesting because she runs the best inn in town. Isn't it the only inn in town? I'm pretty sure. So, do we want to ask Miriam what types of potions she brews? Ask her about her family? We can't exchange brewing recipes because we're not a craftsman or an alchemist. And there's an ad, so why don't I wait until this is done? Okay, so we can either, we could just ask her about her potions, or we could compliment her, or we could educate her on bartering with our persuasion. What are we thinking here? Why don't you wait? I am waiting. Only means it is the best and worst in town. It is. It's true. It's true. It's true. I'm gonna have a sip of coffee while we wait. This ad seems to be taking forever, even though it's not. We're almost done here. With the ad, that is. Okay. All right, so that ad should be over. So, viable things we can do. We can ask her about her potions. We can ask her about her family. We can compliment her attire and inquire about its maker, which was implied that it was her aunt anyway. So, it's kind of like asking her about her family. Or we can educate her on methods for barter and trade. Family. I think the family too. And I think because we know that her attire is made by her aunt, or it's implied, why don't we compliment her attire and inquire about its maker? You think we should tell her about how to barter? Okay, let's toss a coin. The old coin toss for deciding. Heads. We'll give her a compliment. Tails. We will tell her our secrets of what we've learned bartering on the streets over all these years. Tails, we're gonna tell her about bartering. Okay, so 8508. You talk Miriam through several strategies for ensuring a good price from her supplies and setting her own prices for clients. This would be easier if I had a clear idea of what my expenses will be, muses Miriam. Aunt Safi told me there's a place I can buy where the last apothecary used to keep his shop. It'll all be human-sized, of course, but I can manage. But I don't know how much it will cost or if I'll need to take out a loan. Miriam sighs. Ugh, I can figure out this stuff later. Keep your eyes peeled for shrinking violet. It likes to grow in forests like these. So we mark story points H1 and Z2. If 2 or more time has passed, we read entry 7094. Which we're at 3 times so far. What about you? Asks Miriam. What are you planning to do in Dragonholt? Before you can answer, she hunches over and crooks one finger like a sinister hook, putting a sneer into her voice. Are you seeking vengeance on a terrible foe? Just as quickly, she swoons, throwing one hand artfully over her forehead. Or are you in search of love? Miriam tumbles backward over a log with a squawk. She grins up at you from a pile of sticks and leaves. Or maybe it's just a chance encounter. She continues to talk about everything and nothing before finally pausing for breath. She is quite interesting character. So do we ask her about the forest? Do we ask her about how she met Braxton? Or do we ask her about gnomes? I feel like asking her about gnomes is like almost offensive. Yo, you're short. Tell me about gnomes. I think we could ask her about the forest where she's lived, but more, she seems very, very happy, very bubbly. And Braxton seems like she's interested in Miriam. Whether that's reciprocal or not, I'm not sure we know. So I think we should ask her about Braxton. Hey! Oh my god, the forest. It's like no matter what I decide is like the good decision, Seth always thinks the opposite. We would play like the polar opposite character here, I think. All right, we're back to the old coin toss here. Because we're gonna say heads is always the first one. That's the forest. Tails, how she met Braxton. Okay. We got tails this time. All right, so we're going to read. Is this Auld Lang Syne? What a weird song to have in my playlist here. It sounded like it anyway. Anyway, so we're going to read entry 3686. We're going to ask her how did you meet Braxton anyway? How did you two meet? Miriam starts laughing before she even begins her story about meeting Braxton. Well, first of all, whatever Braxton tells you, I wasn't drunk, Miriam says. But we did get thrown out of the tavern together. It was a good night. I remember it rather differently, says Braxton. Well, that's because you're no fun. Miriam winks at you. You see, Braxton is a wet blanket, but she keeps following me around because secretly she knows she would never do anything exciting if she didn't. Also, you pay me to keep you safe, says Braxton. Also that, exclaims Miriam with a broad smile. If 1 or more time has passed, or sorry, 2 or more, we read entry 1096. Listen, there is like a cheekiness to this Miriam character and a tension between the two of them, you know? Yeah. Miriam lets out a long yawn, and you second the motion. As you nestle into your bedroll for the night, Braxton speaks up. Best we don't all sleep at once. I'll take the first watch. Can I count on you to take the second? You nod your agreement and drift off to sleep. So we each recover 2 stamina. And activation tokens, there's a bunch in here about activation tokens. We only do that in the multiplayer game. But basically, 2 time is going to pass during the night here. We're now at 5 time passed, okay? And it says, some effects like the one above cause you to recover stamina, which would just increase it by whatever amount it said, and we can't go over maximum. What a surprise. You rouse from your slumber to gentle coaxing from Braxton. Your turn at watch, she says quietly. You rub your eyes for a moment and sit up, taking a drink from your canteen to wake yourself. You glance around camp at your fellow travelers. Braxton prepares her bedroll, lies down, and is quickly asleep. Miriam stirs for a moment, possibly awakened by the brief commotion, and rolls to her other side. A gentle silence takes hold of the clearing. Your journey to Dragonholt has been a long one, but now you are no more than half a day's travel from your destination. The crack of burning branches from the campfire keeps you company as you keep watch. The moon is beginning to set, and you know the light of a new dawn will soon grace the forest clearing where you have made camp. Just then, you hear a rustling in the thick brush on one side of the camp and recall Braxton's warnings about bandits. Do we watch for further movement or signs of danger, arm ourselves and take a closer look, or wake our fellow traveling companions? I feel like arming ourselves, we're a cat. We like get our claws out, But we're on watch. We're on watch specifically. All that's happened is we've heard a rustle. I don't think that's worth rousing our companions. I think we watch for further movement, right? Surely. But I bet you this is where we disagree, right? We watch for further movement, arm ourselves, surely not, we're not fighters, or wake our fellow traveling companions. A. Good, I agree, let's watch. 31:23. The rare moment where Seth and I agree with what we should do. 31:23. There is this combat music kind of this could be like a arena duel or something. I don't know. You shift yourself to watch the side of the camp where you heard the rustling, but you see nothing in the darkness. You wonder if the firelight is blinding your night vision or if the sound you heard was just some animal scurrying about. Just when you think you were worried for nothing, you hear a branch snap and leaves rustle, and then a half-dozen rough-looking figures step from the trees. They're clad in torn and stained clothing and scraps of leather armor, their long knives and the steel of their arrowheads glinting in the light of the fire. Bandits. The bandits rush forward as you scramble to your feet. Some of them lift their bows, pulling the arrows back and aiming at you. You shout a warning to your companions, who spring to their feet and arm themselves. I really thought this was going to be like a skunk in the brush, All right, we read 59:12. More and more bandits step into the firelight. Their armor and weapons seem crude, but sufficient to the purpose. Braxton grips her sword in her right hand, doing her best to keep herself and her shield between Miriam and all of the bandits. Do we draw our weapon and engage the bandits? Do we knock an arrow and fire at the bandits? We'd have to be an archer to do that, so no. We can't toss a flask of explosive liquid at them, but we could attempt to reason with them. We're not a fighter. Okay, listen. I get attacked. We get attacked by bandits in the middle of the night. I think generally, you're fighting them. But we did say earlier, we're not a fighter. And we do try to talk our way out of scenarios wherever possible. So we could attempt to reason, hey guys, surely you don't want to kill us and take our stuff. And instead, let's talk about it. What could go wrong, right? What could go wrong? Thanks for that lurk, Seth. Okay. It pains me. I think what we should do is fight them. But we're gonna do the true to character thing, and against all odds, we're gonna attempt to reason with them. We're gonna try and talk some sense into them. 47-34. What could go wrong? Watch this. I'll use my diplomacy to sort this out. You guys don't worry about this. Miriam, just hang out. It'll be fine. Braxton, no big deal. Watch this. 47-34. You attempt to reason with the bandits and prevent bloodshed. Well, it's very simple, says a bandit you take for their leader. He steps into the light of your campfire, revealing a scar that runs down the side of his face. We're traditionalists, you see? And the tradition is this: your money or your life. Before you can make any sort of counteroffer, Miriam's voice cuts the negotiations short. Go sniff a goat, she shouts. The bandit leader roars, and his minions rush to the attack. So much for reason. Read entry 4300. Okay, listen, diplomacy is easier when your companion doesn't start telling people to sniff goats. Hey, we got a raid. All right. Welcome in. Thanks for joining me here today. Thanks for that raid. What were you guys up to? Nice to see you. I'm going to give you a shout out real quick if I can get my, my computer to play nice here. There we go. Thanks for that raid. Welcome in. For those of you who don't know, I'm James Opcost, and we play board games, analog games here on the table. And today we're trying something a little bit different. We're doing this guy, Legacy of Dragonholt. So this is like a sort of light role-playing game. And earlier in stream, Hey, welcome in. Earlier in stream, we went through character creation. Chat helped me out. We have come up, we're Perkin, the catfolk bard. And we are trying to make our way to the city of Dragonholt, the town that gives the game its name. And we just got attacked by some bandits and tried to convince them, hey, please don't take our stuff, please. You know, we're a bit of a conversationalist, and that's about when you guys raided in. So a little bit different. Normally we don't. Well, this is probably the first time I've played any sort of role-playing style games here on stream. So decided to give it a whirl. I have a few and want to see whether it works or not. So far, so good. It's been a little bit of an interesting ride. What were you guys up to? While you tell me about that, I'm going to get back to where I was. So we had literally just said, as Allison mentioned, we told our companions, Braxton and Miriam, and we said, hey guys, we can handle this the diplomatic way. These bandits approached us under the cover of darkness. They approach us at our campfire. They're threatening us with swords and bows and arrows, and they look a little scraggly. And I say to my companions, Miriam and Braxton, I say, look guys, I can convince them. I can talk my way out of anything. Watch this. So I start trying to talk to the lead bandit, and he says, it's very simple. We're traditionalists, and the tradition is your life or your money. So we're trying to get into this conversation, and then our good friend Miriam, our gnome merchant companion, says, go sniff a goat. And that's where it all went wrong, and about right where you guys rated in. So we've been going for a while now and exploring a new planet. Oh, you're playing Starfinder. Oh, cool. Awesome. Nice. All right. So let's see what happens after we tell this guy with a sword and his, many, many companions to go sniff a goat. What could go wrong, right? Braxton hefts a heavy steel shield and slashes her longsword threateningly at one of the approaching bandits. Miriam produces 2 flasks and unstoppers one of them. A thick, acrid smoke pours from its open mouth as she holds it aloft, ready to throw. 3 of the bandits suddenly rush forward, charging the camp. Miriam hurls the smoking flask, which smashes against one of their bucklers. A billowing cloud of acidic fog erupts from the impact site. The bandit shrieks and flails, dropping his buckler to the ground as it dissolves. The 2 other bandits continue their charge. One swings an axe at Miriam, but Braxton catches the blade with her longsword and slams her shield into the man, sending him tumbling to the ground. The 3rd bandit dodges around Braxton and darts forward, straight towards you. Spear point trained at your chest. Do we dodge the attack, catch the spear and disarm the bandit, deflect it and counterattack, or blast the bandit with a rune? So we can't deflect the spear. We're not skilled in dueling or military, but we can blast him with a rune. We did take that as a skill. We could dodge the attack. We're agile. That would probably work fine anyways. Or we could catch the spear and disarm the bandit. That seems a little bit ambitious, I feel. Dissolves. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Gonna lurk and work in the board game cafe. Oh, well, thanks for that. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate you. Yeah. Hopefully we'll see you more around soon. We are pretty agile. I say rune. We have said that we avoid combat wherever possible. We tried to talk our way out of this. Miriam got us into trouble with that go sniff a goat line. Not my go-to move as a, like persuasive, skilled conversationalist. So let's push comes to shove. It's time to blast the bandit with a rune. Okay? We don't want to do it, but here we are. 3607. Let's go. Have we runed yet? We have not. You didn't miss any runing. You produce a blasting rune from a hidden pocket. With a violent thrust of your hand, you channel the arcane energy from the shard into the ground before the charging bandit. The earth swells before erupting in an explosive spray of molten shrapnel. The explosion occurs closer to you than you had anticipated, and you throw yourself to the ground to avoid the shower of shattered stone. If you do not have the agility skill, you lose 3 stamina. Well, guess what? We are agile. We are a cat. We dodge the splinters and molten lava and whatever else absolutely adeptly, and we were just like, yeah, this is easy. Not even tough. When the dust settles, you see the bandit lying motionless beside the smoldering crater. If story marker H3 is marked, it is not. So we're going to read 9513. Sweet, and we suck. No, we're agile. Sorry. Listen, it's high highs and low lows. There's this. It's up and down here, you know. What are we looking for? 9513. I got to write that one down. All right. It looks like A513, but that's okay. For Caller and Harmon, bellows Braxton. In the flickering firelight, she seems a demon from a nightmare. Huge and dark and powerful. Maybe this is why Miriam's got a thing for her. 3 of the bandits attempt to surround her, but she pivots away, slamming her shield into one and knocking her down, and then slashing at a second and sending him screaming into the dark, clutching at his face. She trades blows with a large human, his axe sliding off her shield, her sword flickering past his face as he dances backward. You notice a bandit with his hair in a long braid creeping up behind Braxton with a knife glimmering in his hand. Focused as Braxton is on her battle with the large bandit, she clearly hasn't noticed. So, we can either intercept him, catch him from behind, or stop him with an alchemical concoction, which we cannot do because we are not an alchemist. I think we catch him from behind. We're sneaky, cat-like. We're not great duelists. I think we sneak up and catch him from behind. She's focused on the fight in front of her. He's focused on catching her, and we're going to take advantage of that in order to get him while he's vulnerable. So we're going to sneak up from behind. 9250. Moving as quickly as you can on silent feet, you drift up behind the braided bandit. He lifts his knife, ready to bring it down into Braxton's neck. And you reach to grab him from behind. If you have the stealth skill, which we do, we are sneaky like a cat. All right, let's go. We get entry 4545. Brando Crass commercialism question. Do you have affiliate codes for games or Amazon? I don't, but almost kind of. Here, listen. Let's finish this fight and then we'll talk about it, okay? Let's finish this fight. You grab the braided bandit from behind, twist, and pivot him around your hips, sending him tumbling to the ground with an undignified yowl. As he struggles to stand, you plant one foot on his back and shove, sending him sprawling yet again, this time into your campfire. He screams and shoots to his feet, running in random loops as he attempts to beat the flames out of his hair and clothing. He staggers into another bandit, sending both sprawling, and then you shift your attention elsewhere. Read entry 2004. Basically, the short answer, Allison, is no. The long answer is I'm working on it, but it's tricky. It's tricky because I'm a Canadian, basically, and yeah, that just makes it harder to do lots of simple affiliate marketing things that are really trivial to do if you're an American citizen and just a bit of a pain in the ass if you're not. So that's the whole thing. I really don't have much more to say than that. The short answer is no. All right, so we're at 2004. Your companions are still locked in combat with the bandits, who swarm around the edges of the light provided by your campfire. Screaming incoherently, a scarred bandit rushes at you. In one hand, he brandishes a studded iron mace. The other arm ends in a steel hook, its metal glinting in the firelight. This man means business. He has a mace in one hand and he's got a hook for an arm. This guy's not screwing around. I don't know if we're ready for this. Blame Canada. Hey, it's been a hot minute since I've heard that. Short answer is no, but James doesn't know how to provide short answers. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right, so do we rush forward to engage the bandit? Do we brace ourselves to receive the charge? Which requires military, so we can't do that. Do we flee and attack at range, which requires arcana, archery, or thievery, so we can't do that either? Or do we have to rush forward and engage the bandit. It turns out we have no combat skills because we did that on purpose. So we're going to rush forward and engage the bandit. 7296. I'm in Wisconsin. Basically, we're southern Canada. That's fair. I can't help but I don't know anything about Wisconsin. Makes me think of cheese. Rightly or wrongly. Probably wrongly. All right. You leap into the fray, dodging around Braxton and another orc woman. You heft your weapon and swing at the hook-handed human threateningly. He drops into a wary crouch and circles you, looking for an opening. Do we have awareness, dueling, or empathy? Yes, we do. We have both awareness. Oh, we don't have awareness, but we do have empathy. So we're going to look at 7076. Are we going to... This is where we are going to be like, hey, Couldn't help but notice you have a hook for an arm. Want to talk about it? I don't know how else empathy is a skill that helps us in the middle of combat, but here we are. All right, 70-76. We are engaging with no skill. I love it. Wisconsin and beer. Cheese and beer? Or just beer? 70-76. The bandit raises his mace and swings it at your head from the right. He didn't care for our attitude when we tried to consult him about his hook hand. You recognize the attack for what it is, a feint, and duck under the swing, bringing your own weapon up to block the hook coming at you from the other direction. With a twist, you knock your opponent off balance, then lash out with your weapon. He screams again, still incoherent, and falls. So we're actually like a competent fighter using our empathy to recognize the weaknesses of our opponents. It must be hard. It must be hard having the hook. I'm a safe adult. Want to talk? Exactly. I don't remember threatening Martina with a bite. And these quotes, it's funny, the quotes at the time, it's like, they seem really memorable, and then even with a little bit of context, it's like, geez, I don't remember that at all. Some of them I do. Like about the subreddit. I remember that one. Alright, you find yourself standing in a loose circle with your companions, and no bandits close at hand. Even more of the enemy emerge from the trees, however, and they begin to surround you. What now? Breathes Miriam. You're sure it's the first time you've heard fear in her voice. The bandit's leader chuckles and speaks, causing the firelight to play off the long scar on the side of his face in a sinister way. He's good at this. Drop your valuables and leave. There's no need for you to die here. The other bandits hoot and howl and brandish their blades and axes in the air in front of you. Braxton glances sideways at you. There are too many of them. We cannot win this fight. She edges backward, and you notice her lean in the direction of Dragonholt. Perfect time for an ad, right as we, are at this climactic moment. You can't have my gold. I'll be using it to start my business, hisses Miriam. Despite the bite in her words, you notice her hands trembling. Well, the good news here is that in this moment, we can't do any of these things. Our skills, we can't fend them off because we need brawling, dueling, or military, which we don't have. We can't create a diversion because we need deception or performance. Somehow, listen. Somehow the group of you thought performance wasn't a useful skill for a bard to have. So we don't have that one. Whoops. And alchemy definitely wins as the, so far, the skill that's come out the most, and we do not have alchemy either. So we're going to turn tail and run. 7804. Let's get out of here. All right, friends. Like, we're literally turning tail. We are catfolk. We have our tail, and we like it attached to our body, floofy and gorgeous. We're turning and running. Here you go, blaming chat again. Wah! Martina. Chat blames me all the time. The least I could do is reciprocate, okay? All right, go, shouts Braxton, stepping forward with her shield raised. I'll hold them off. You run for it. Tearing through the trees toward Dragonholt as the cries of battle and the clash of arms ring out. After a few moments, you hear heavy footsteps behind you. Fearing the worst, you crane your neck to see Braxton gaining on you rapidly. Keep going, she wheezes. They're right behind me. Excuse me. So we read 36:45. The chat is correct, and you're just petty. Fair. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right, 36:45. You run through Eventide Forest, scrambling and stumbling as you go. You are surprised to discover that you can see and you realize that the sun must already be rising somewhere beyond the trees. I wonder if this time passes. It says time passes, so every time that happens, we mark off a thing. We're now at 6 out of 8 on here, so I wonder if this is sort of like I wonder if we'll be toward the end here. Like, surely we probably can't go far beyond it within the context of this story. It's just interesting if, like, I kind of had imagined that depending on our choices, you know, a certain amount of time might not pass, and we might conclude the story maybe like partway through, but maybe we'll always be towards the end. I don't know. We'll find out, I guess. Anyways, you run through Eventide Forest, scrambling and stumbling as you go. You're surprised to discover that you can see, and you realize that the sun must already be rising somewhere beyond the trees. The narrow and twisting path soon comes to a steep climb with a rocky outcropping that rises above on the other side. A large standing stone towers to your right. You can hear the bandits still coming behind you, shouting to their fellows like hounds on the hunt, but any pursuer will have to scramble up this same narrow gulch. So, do we tip over the standing stone to block their path, fire your bow, we're not an archer, or set a trap? We didn't pick survival because we tend not to survive on this stream. So we're gonna tip over the standing stone to block the path, which seems like as good of an idea as any as far as I'm concerned. Hey, Heroic Logic. Nice to see you. We're just fleeing from some bandits here. We tried reasoning with them, and our companion told them to go sniff a goat, and they didn't like that. They didn't like our attitude. We also tried reasoning with them and trying to forge a connection with the one who had a hook for an arm, but he didn't like that either, and he tried to kill us. So now we're running away. Just the way it goes. All right. Straining and grunting, you push against the standing stone, getting nowhere. Together, says Braxton, stepping forward and placing her shoulder to the rock. The stone grudgingly begins to give way, but this task is physically draining. Do we have athletics or endurance? No, we do not. So we're going to lose 2 stamina. So we're now at 14 stamina. As the bandits come roaring up to the gulch, you push one, and the standing stone picks up alarming speed, falling with a crash that crushes several bandits while others skid to a stop. With the bandits preoccupied by your efforts back at the gulch, you are able to gain a considerable lead on them. The rocky terrain continues to rise up around you, the trees of Eventide Forest becoming smaller and scrappier as you go. Soon you come to a sheer cliff face, only a few scraggly trees clinging to the rocks rising above you. Sunlight spills across the sky above the cliff, a promise of freedom and safety. You could climb up to the top, but it would be a challenge. The path continues to the left a fair distance, then it becomes a tight switchback crawling up to the top of the rise. It would be a safer route to the top, but slower than climbing directly. So do we want to climb the cliff face or run for the switchback path? Now listen, hear me out here. We are a cat. We are agile. We could climb the cliff face, but they might just shoot us in the back with an arrow, which would be unfortunate. I think we go for it, right? We're a cat. We're a cat. We gotta embrace that. We're stealthy. We're agile. Let's do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Dispatchinator, really? We should go for, we finally get a lead on them, and you think this is when we should play it safe? All right, we're back to our favored way to settle disputes, the coin, if I can find it. What did I do with it? How far could it have gone? Apparently far enough for me not to find it. I seriously have no idea what I've done with this thing. We've used it like 30 times, and it's just not here. I'm checking the same place I've checked like 16 times. That strategy is unsurprisingly not working. Did I push it under the map? I did. It was under the map. Okay. Hey, JDJ, why am I struggling to talk? Welcome in, nice to see you. Been a hot minute. We're doing some light role-playing here, playing Legacy of Dragonholt. Apparently I've just decided I can't speak, and now I'm putting in strange letters all over the place. Yeah, we're trying to decide if we're going to climb a cliff face as we run from some bandits, or if we're going to play it safe and go for the switchback path. Heads is climb. Tails is continue running, take the safe route. No worries. How you been? Okay, heads, we're gonna climb the cliff face. What could go wrong? 4055. You scramble up the cliff face, relying on the trees that cling to cracks in the rocks for handhold. This proves unwise, as not all of the trees are anchored securely enough to bear your weight, and you find yourself dangling from your fingertips above a steep drop. We don't have fingertips, we got claws. You lose 2 stamina unless you have athletics. We don't have athletics, we have agility. Oh man, whose idea was this anyway? Miriam isn't making things any easier either, despite Braxton's efforts. I'll be fine, she huffs. I'm not the only one here who needs help, she says with a nod at you. In fairness to the gnome, she's not dangling from her fingertips. Braxton makes her way over to you and helps you regain your footing. Test each toe hold before you put your weight on it, you dummy, she says. You resume your climb, but you hear shouting below you. The bandits have reached the bottom of the cliff. They immediately begin pelting you with arrows and stones, making the rest of the climb a nightmare. You lose 3 stamina unless you have agility, which we do, so at least there's that. I'm closing my eyes. I just played the hot game 7th Citadel last night. We're cats, we always land on our feet. That's a good point. 7th Citadel. Why does that sound familiar, but not? Oh, 7th Citadel is like, it's from the same as, what's the other one they did? 7th Continent, which I have. 7th Continent, yeah, that's right. So 7th Continent, and that's interesting. 7th Continent, I feel like I really wanted to like, and I was like, it surprised me in that I played it with Martina, and it just like didn't do it for us. And like, I couldn't describe a good reason why. It just was sort of like, I don't know, it didn't do it. So I haven't looked at any other of like 7th Citadel. Totally was like not on my radar at all. How was it? All right. So we don't lose our stamina. Finally, you make it to the top, gasping for breath. You are safe from the bandits' arrows up here, but the bandits have already begun to climb up after you. Do we throw rocks at them? We can't return fire or use a vial of alchemical fire. Man, if we were an alchemist, there was like 40 things we could have done to these bandits by now. Or do we blast the cliff face with runic magic? Surely we blasted. That was effective last time. And, you know, we hate combat, but these guys just won't leave us alone, right? 7th Citadel gives you a little more direction than 7th Continent, and the system seems more streamlined too. Well, that would be really good. It's been we played Seventh Continent when it was new, so it's been a couple of years now, like 5 maybe, I don't know even, but I don't remember it well enough to say what was wrong. All I know is that we got off to like, I was extremely excited about it, and then we like barely got into it at all, and we are just like, this isn't working, and we stopped. It was like absolutely uncharacteristically like dead in the water for us. Okay. I think we're gonna blast the cliff face. Surely we use our magic instead of throwing rocks at them, right? Who throws rocks? How ordinary. Okay, so let's read 3967, and we only almost died last time, but we saved ourselves from our own magic with our cat-like agility, which surely we could do again. All right. You produce a blasting rune from an interior pocket and calmly bend the energy within to your will. You extend a phantom limb toward the rocks below and, with clenched fist, impact the cliff face. Stones and earth shatter and fly, showering the climbing bandits with rocky shrapnel. A great cloud of dirt and dust covers the path below, causing the bandits to cough and sputter. Soon they are running from the cloud, retreating to the forest. You have escaped. Read entry 9999, which feels like it's got some finality to it. Not sure. Could go either way, but woohoo! Turns out the runes have been super useful. Seth was right. As the sun climbs above the trees, you continue your journey toward Dragonholt. At your new elevation, the trees are smaller and farther apart, and at some point you have passed an invisible barrier where you are not in a forest so much as a rocky plain with occasional trees. Dragonholt lies below you, and you can see the beacon tower rising above the trees, the sun climbing the sky behind it. You've less than an hour of walking before you. Time passes. We've used 7 out of 8 time now. At length, you walk through an orchard, the twisted trees heavy with fruit and propped up by weathered boards and poles. Then you find yourself on Dragonholt's main street, walking beneath the dueling dragon statues that serve as the closest thing to a city gate. One dragon is carved from black stone, the other from white, and the arch across the street above you, not quite touching. Marvelous, breathes Braxton. Some sort of memorial of the Dragon Wars, says Miriam. This way. And she says and skips down the cobbled street as if she hadn't been woken in the middle of the night by bandits. She does seem very, carefree. You cross a crowded village green that is laid out before a garden shrine. With a domed glass ceiling. In front of that shrine stands a marble spire, atop which burns a beacon fire. That was a nice little rhyme. Then you pass a building dark with soot and marred by broken windows. Miriam pauses at an intersection and peers down 2 side streets before nodding vigorously and leading the way south. We'll get a proper breakfast as soon as we find my aunt's inn. It's called the Swan. Does it have a lovely white swan painted on its sign? Says Braxton. Yes, it does. Then is that it? Just there, she points, and Miriam beams. That's it, let's go. She rushes off in a fresh burst of energy, leaving you stumbling along behind. When you finally reach the Swan, you find Miriam babbling excitedly to a gnome who looks almost exactly like her, plus 20 years. You must be Miriam's friend, says the older woman. I'm Miriam's aunt, Sapphire. It's good to meet you. She welcomes you inside, and you step down into a blessedly cool, half-sunken common room, where a scattering of thick oak tables and sturdy chairs lie beneath rafters strung with herbs and root vegetables. Thick iron lanterns rest on each table, none lit now, and light streams in from a tall window against the south wall. Please have a seat, says your host, and you do. We made it, says Braxton, dropping heavily into a chair that creaks under her weight. I think I could sleep for a week. None of that, says Miriam. We have work to do. Braxton lifts her head and glares. Starting tomorrow, I guess. Let's all take today off. Miriam vanishes into a back room, then appears a few minutes later with a tray rattling with glass bottles of red liquid. Here, she says and distributes the bottles. It's the least I can do for helping get me here safely. You gain 3 healing potions. Item A. Alright. Whenever you drink this potion, you recover half of your maximum stamina. The liquid burns your throat like bitter fire, but quickly heals open wounds and broken bones. Alright, so we got 3 of those. That's pretty sweet. We're playing solo, so we don't have anyone to share them with. You can carry multiple healing potions. However, there's only 1 copy of the healing potion item card, which should be shared as a reference. Yeah, whatever. You may drink a potion at any time. To do so, you must have at least 1 on your character sheet. Okay. Sapphire returns a moment later with a larger tray, overflowing with plates of yellow eggs. The music does seem very... This makes me think of the farm in Zelda. Anyways. Cozy, you know? That just happened coincidentally. Sapphire returns a moment later with a larger tray, overflowing with plates of yellow eggs, loaves of dark brown bread, and a tall pitcher of milk. I hope you'll stay at the Swan for a night, or for as long as you like, she says. No charge, of course, not after what you went through to get my Miriam here safely. Miriam pours everyone a glass of milk. She holds hers aloft and exclaims, "To new roads!" Braxton takes a glass, holds it up, and looks from Miriam to Sapphire to you. To new friends. The meal is amazing, and you soon collapse in rooms provided by your generous host. You doze through the majority of the day. After dinner, you rest in the common room, chatting idly with Braxton and another patron. Soon, the lack of a good night's sleep is too much, and you retire to your room. You will have to explore Dragonholt on the morrow. Alright, you each recover half of your maximum stamina. So we're back to full. We're at 16 stamina again. Yay. We like that. It's good for us. You each recover 1 skill. We didn't lose any skills. You each refresh your activation token. That doesn't matter. You each gain 1 experience. Okay, so we haven't learned about experience. Thankfully, it tells us all that here. Let's give it a read. At the end of each of a quest or after a particularly harrowing event, an effect might cause you to gain 1 or more experience. It's an abstract measure of what you have learned during your adventures. Record the amount of experience you have accrued on your character sheet. Okay. You'll be able to spend your experience to learn new skills in the future. Nice. And we also gain a fame as you and your companions continue. Oh, well, fame's on our other sheet. That's right. As you continue in your adventures, you will accrue fame. Fame is an abstract measure of how well known you are to the public and how they feel about you as heroes. I didn't really want to be a hero per se, but here we are. A high fame indicates that you are well known and well liked by the community. All right, so we gain 1 fame. We started with 2. I'm going to cross that out, and I'm just going to put 3. This quest is complete. Read entry 1001 in the Dragonholt Village book. It says, completing a quest. You've now completed the 2 New Roads quest. You will no longer read any entries from this quest book. When you complete a quest, an effect will instruct you to read an entry from another quest book. You will continue the story in that one. Just after completing a quest is a great time to take a break. You might wish to stop playing for now and pick up from here at a later date. If so, record the entry number and book you have been directed to on the story tracking sheet so you can pick it up where you left off. Pick up where you left off next time you play. So, what are we supposed to do? We're supposed to go to 1001 in Dragonholt Village. Not 1000, 1001 in Dragonholt Village. So the question becomes, of course, do we we just completed two new roads here, right? This was a 50 to 80 minute adventure. I have no idea how long I've been streaming because it doesn't show me. Oh, Loozapalooza is raiding in. Okay, well, we will talk about that in just a second then instead. Luza, welcome in. How you guys been? I hope you were having fun today. You guys raid in here often, and I feel like I rarely have the opportunity to return the favor. I basically only stream on Sundays, and I'm never streaming early enough to raid into you, and it makes me feel bad. But thank you so much for bringing your community here. Those of you who don't know me, I'm James Opcost, and we play board games on the table here. Today we're trying something a little bit different. We're trying a bit of a narrative experience with some light role-playing. We're playing, this one, Legacy of Dragonholt. And that's fine, it's just the planning. So this game is, we were just kind of deciding, do we continue our adventure, or is now the time to call it quits? In this game so far, we have made a character for ourselves. We're Pirkham, the catfolk bard, and we've been trying to explore what it's like to exist in a world that where we don't quite fit. And we spent much of our first session so far trying to get to Dragonholt Village, this place here. Ooh. So we just got to the village and finished kind of our first quest book. This game includes, like, I don't know, a whole lot. We did this little guy, and then we've got all that remaining. So there's a lot more stuff here, and I think what we're gonna actually do, thank you for that follow, appreciate you. I think what we're gonna do actually is we're gonna continue with Dragonholt Village. So this, I think, this is our first playthrough of this game. I've never played it before, and you kind of learn the rules as you go by design, right? I get the impression that we kind of sporadically use this quest book for when we're in this village, and then we're usually mostly kind of doing one of these scenarios. We've completed the introductory one, and there's, I think, 5 or 6 more here. So I think what we're gonna do, given that you guys just raided in, we're gonna explore Dragonholt Village a little bit and see what happens. And then I'm going to take a short break and continue. I was going to take a break immediately, but I'll dive in at least for a couple little bits of this, given that you guys just rated it. So let's have a look-see here. So to describe where we're at so far, we are a catfolk bard. Our name is Pirkham. We're sometimes called Perky. We kind of have a love-hate relationship with that, and we've had a tough life. We're just trying to find our way, and we recently met some companions, Miriam and Braxton, who were headed in the same direction as us, and we went on a grand adventure to get here to the village of Dragonholt. We were attacked by some bandits along the way. We almost died. No big deal. We survived. And now we're here. We've just had a nice rest at the inn, and it's time to learn a little bit about the village. So far the way we've been playing here is this game is primarily done with it's narrative, right? So all of these passages in here represent, I'll read this out, and then generally we have a decision about what to do, and sometimes the decisions are like really forthcoming. Usually I'll talk about what I think we should do, kind of based on our character and our ideals, and if chat disagrees, we roll a die or do a poll or flip a coin or something and proceed that way. And so far, it's gone okay. So, yeah, I think we're in Dragonholt Village. We're supposed to read passage number 1001. Oh my, this book is extremely stiff. All right. I feel badly. This game sat at least 3 or 4 years on my shelf of opportunity, and we're just finally getting it out. And it's been something I wanted to do, just kind of explore some light role playing on stream, see how it goes. It's been okay so far. So anything like this is like it's telling you about rules. I've just been reading these out because I need to know them too. So it says tracking sheets. Each quest book, including this village book, is its own tracking sheet, or has its own tracking sheet rather, on the back. But I hate that. I loathe the idea of permanently marking something like this, where this is a game I could, sell or gift to someone or something like that. So instead I have printed one. All right. The entries in this book are grouped in a number of encounters. Each encounter is a short collection of related entries. Once you begin an encounter, continue reading as normal until the encounter is complete. While reading this book, you do not exhaust your... Okay, that doesn't matter because activation tokens are something if you're playing this game with multiple players, which we are not. It's just us today. Just Perky the catfolk bard. You wake to the smell of freshly baked bread and the chipper voices of Miriam and Sapphire, her aunt. Golden shafts of sunlight stream through the window beside your bed, and you idle for a moment before getting up, watching the dust float in the air in the morning light. With a yawn and a stretch, you rise from your bed and prepare yourself for the day ahead. As you step out of your room, you see that Braxton has also just stepped into the corridor. She gives you a polite smile and a nod. Morning. You are just about to respond when Miriam comes around the corner from the direction of the common room. Good, you're awake. Breakfast is ready. It's a real feast, exclaims Miriam eagerly. Come on, it'll get cold if you just dawdle in the hall. With that, Miriam takes Braxton's hand and drags her. Well, Braxton allows herself to be dragged toward the common room. Braxton is an orc. Miriam is a gnome. So there's a slight discrepancy in size there, All right. You descend the stairs to the sunken common room. Sapphire is setting a table with plates. Miriam ushers Braxton to the table, and they both sit. You take a seat and examine the feast that Sapphire has prepared. Large yellow eggs, thick slices of brown toast, juicy ham steaks, and seasoned, pan-fried potatoes. Gosh, this is making me hungry. As you're scooping food onto your plate, Sapphire returns with 2 large pitchers, one filled with creamy milk and the other with freshly squeezed juice. After checking on the other patrons, Sapphire returns and sits at the table with you. So, what brings you to Dragonholt? Have you come in search of love? Or, Sapphire gasps and glances around before leaning in close, are you here for revenge? Braxton coughs and strikes her chest with a fist, having choked on a bit of potato, and Miriam starts laughing. The love of theatrics runs in the family, I see. This is very similar to an encounter we had with Miriam just a little while ago, in fact. Sapphire blushes lightly and looks back at you. Forgive me. Perhaps I gossip with the neighbors a bit too much. All right. So I don't know if we're kind of well set up in this one to... In the previous one, we wrote down all of our entries that we read. Maybe that's a little less important here for the village. It's not included on the village's tracking sheet. We're just not going to worry about it. So, what are we going to tell them is our reason for being here in Dragonholt? Are we visiting an old friend? Are we just looking for the next adventure? Are we hoping to find gainful employment? Or do we say, if I'm lucky, I'm not the only one searching for love, which requires us to have empathy, which we have. The final one, I seek vengeance on the man who killed my father, requires either deception or performance, which we do not have. So that's not an option. So we're either saying we're visiting an old friend, looking for our next adventure, hoping to find gainful employment, which sounds so corporate and lame, or we could be, if I'm lucky, I'm not the only one searching for love. Now, we did talk about this way back when. We were exiled from our village, as catfolk do, because we failed to marry by the time we were an adult. And that's a point of deep resentment for us, and it is something we do want to figure out at some point. We've searched the world, hoping that we might come across an appropriate mate. So maybe we aren't the only ones searching for love. You know, I think that's appropriate. It's on brand. So we're going to read entry 1394. You chuckle to yourself and shake your head. It's no bother at all, Sapphire, and if I'm lucky, I'm not the only one in Dragonholt searching for love. You flash the innkeeper a smile. Sapphire's cheeks flush and she glances away, suddenly stricken by shyness. Oh, hello. You notice Miriam grins slyly and Braxton pretends she hasn't heard anything. The bells on the front door jingle, signaling someone entering the inn. Sapphire stands. Excuse me, she says with a slight stutter, and hurries off to welcome a new patron. Miriam nudges you with an elbow. Hey now, what are your intentions with my aunt? She says with a wide grin, and you think you see Braxton blush faintly. So we mark story point X6, and we read 2994. I'm going to snooze this ad real quick. Yeah, this is a thick book. There's a lot here. After breakfast, you return to your room to grab what you'll need before venturing into the village for the day. When you return to the common room, you see that Braxton is also about to set out. Many of the patrons have dispersed since breakfast, but a few remain in the common room, reading or mingling with one another. Miriam is nowhere to be seen. If you have any questions about Dragonholt, don't hesitate to ask me, says Sapphire. Where has Miriam gone off to? Asks Braxton. Oh, that child couldn't wait any longer and ran off to see that old apothecary's shop. Sapphire shakes her head. Even if she buys it, it'll be some time before it's up and running. Nasty fire it was. Lorimore fire, if nothing to take lightly. Is nothing to take lightly. If you discovered the hidden message in the letter from Celise, which we did not, I wanted to kind of get moving. We recognized that there was problems here. So we got this personally addressed letter from our friend Celise. She mentions to her first letter, which is odd. And there's problems here. This was written in duress or something. There's a lot of misspelled words and all of that sort of thing. But we didn't dwell on it too hard because it's not a mystery game per se, and I didn't want to get too caught up in this. So I guess we'll just proceed. We didn't discover the hidden message. We should have, but we didn't. So we got 5302. Thank you for your hospitality, Sapphire, says Braxton as she opens the door to leave. Of course, hun, replies Sapphire. Good luck with the guards. Braxton smiles and nods before leaving. You're about to leave yourself when Sapphire stops you. Oh, I almost forgot. If you're going around Dragonholt without a map, you might get lost. It's a small village, but some of the alleyways are a real labyrinth. She produces a folded piece of parchment and lays it out on the counter. Let's see, she mutters and scans the map. Ah, here we are. She marks a spot on the map with the Swan. She spends a moment marking numerous other locations for convenience. Here you are, don't lose it now, she says as she folds up the map and hands it to you. If you have any other questions about Dragonholt, you come back and ask me. Alright, so that encounter is complete. It says after completing an encounter, use the map of Dragonholt to choose a new location to visit. Each location has a 4-digit number that corresponds to an entry in this book. When you choose a location, read the corresponding entry in the book. If playing, we're not playing with 2 more players. During your time in Dragonholt, you might wish to gather information about the village or county, or the events that happen within. Returning to the Swan to speak with Sapphire or visiting the village hall are great ways to gather such information. In addition, you might try visiting the local taverns in search of rumors. The encounters in this book take place over multiple days, as tracked on the tracking sheet on the back cover of this book. This guy. Okay. At the end of each day, an effect on the tracking sheet will instruct you to read a specific entry that bridges the gap between the day that just ended and the next day in the story. The events that occur at each location might change from day to day, and special events might occur on specific days. However, some locations will have the same or similar events on multiple days. You cannot gain the benefits of any single entry more than once each day. Okay, so it sounds to me like we need to pick a place to go. So, our map here, maybe I'll zoom out. I don't know if we can even get this all in the frame. Looks like yes. So we're at the Swan, 7400. There's another inn, the Countess Inn. There's Fairfax Manor, probably where the lady lives. There's the Chatty Archer. That sounds like another pub kind of thing. The bakery, the apothecary shop. This is what our friend Miriam wants to go purchase and start a business. We've got the Village Green, the center town square, right? The Drunken Hog, man, are there? Okay, I was wrong. I thought the Swan was the only inn in town. Apparently everywhere is an inn. There's an orchard, there's a shrine, a library, dragon statues, the village hall, the guard station, the smithy, Willow Grove on the outskirts of town, or Market Street, which looks like it's set up with a whole bunch of carts and artisans. So, gosh, I have no idea where we should go. We're just in town. We're I think we're a bard. We're at home in a pub, in a warm, welcoming environment where we can learn about the people and the place that we are at, right? Maybe find some of that love we're talking about. So I think we should maybe choose one of the many pubs to go to here. So we've got the Drunken Hog. We got the Chatty Archer. I'm gonna zoomed in a little bit too much, maybe not. Chatty Archer, the Countess Inn. I guess those are it. Those three: Drunken Hog, Chatty Archer, or Countess Inn. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? I don't know. None of those. You know what? We're gonna decide this in the most, appropriate way possible. We're just gonna use a little D6 here. 1 to 2, we'll go to the Hog. 3 to 4, we'll go to the Chatty Archer. 5 or 6, we'll go to the Countess Inn. Okay, let's see what we get. We got a 4. That's the Chatty Archer. All right, sounds like a good place. Chatty Archer. That sounds like a great place to go get some local, lore and flavor, a little bit of info about the citizens here in Dragonholt, and maybe a rumor or two, that sort of thing. Sounds about right. So, we are a bard. Let's chat. Exactly, right? So we're going to go to the Chatty Archer, but I desperately needed to take a quick break. I kind of kept moving a little bit here because of that Luza raid. If you don't follow Luzapalooza, I don't think I did a shout out. I feel like I really should have, but I don't know that I did. I'm going to right now. Very delayed shout out. I am sorry. I did it. We'll do an extra one. But yeah, I'm going to take probably a slightly longer break, probably about 5 minutes. I'm going to refresh my drink, maybe grab a quick snack. So 5 or 7 minutes here, and then we'll resume with the locals at the Chatty Archer and see what we can find out. So I will see you guys back here soon. All right, friends, welcome back. Thanks for bearing with me on that break there. Slightly longer one. Had a quick bite to eat. Did a little wardrobe change. It's getting a little chilly out here. And I'm back for more of Legacy of Dragonholt. Slovakia, Steph. Welcome in. Nice to see you. That was surprisingly hard to say. All right, so where were we? We are playing Legacy of Dragonholt. We've been doing some fun role-playing so far. We just got to the Dragonholt village here, and we had used a d6 to decide where are we gonna go, because it's a little open-ended. We're checking out the map here, and we were basically able to go wherever we wanted. So we're here at the Swan right now. That's the inn owned by Sapphire, the aunt of our friend Miriam, our adventuring companion. And we've decided, with the help of our D6, that we're going to come over here to the Chatty Archer. Perkham, we're, a catfolk bard. We just arrived in town. We want to get the lay of the land, talk to some locals, see what's going on, find out about any local rumors or whatever. So heading to one of these other inns seemed, or pubs, a tavern, whatever, seemed like the move. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to head over to the Chatty Archer. So it's marked with a 6,500. So we're going to find that here in our book. Our huge encounter book. Oh. Okay. We might have made an assumption about what this was. We might have been wrong. All right, it says here, an archery butt lies under a maple tree outside this rustic lodge-style tavern. Several arrows are stuck within it, and others stand point down in the earth by the tavern's polished pinewood door. A strung bow hangs over the door, nestled under the awning to protect it from the elements. If 4 or more time has passed today, it has not. Oh wow, okay, this is the most brief encounter. We failed. The Chatty Archer is not open until evening. This encounter is complete. Just, that's it. We tried to go to the Chatty Archer. It didn't occur to me that it is, first thing in the morning. Whoops. So maybe let's go nearby. Let's go nearby. Look, we could instead go here to the bakery, okay? Surely the baker got up well before the crack of dawn and has made something delicious. Surely we can go, get a nice loaf of bread or something. And, we're outside the Chatty Archer. We realize, damn, it's early. And we, get that whiff of fresh baked bread, and we wander over to the bakery instead. You can't call it day drinking unless you drink during the day. You're not wrong. Okay, you're not wrong. But let's hold off on the drinking for now, and let's head to the bakery. Okay? The bakery has a warm and cozy storefront, featuring a counter with various baked goods on display, and a few tables and chairs for customers to enjoy their pastries. If 5 or less time has passed today, which it has, we read the entry that corresponds to the current day. So we're on day 1. We just got to town. We're new here. You step into the bakery and are greeted by the warm smell of baking bread and the chiming of a silver bell on the door. "I'll be right with ye," calls a voice in a thick Dunwar accent. If this is your first time visiting this location while it's open, it is. So we read 3460. A muscular dwarf man comes bustling through a door in the back wall, carrying a wooden tray piled high with steaming pastries. The man has golden brown skin and chestnut hair. His beard is tied in many braids, currently all bound together by a length of twine. He brushes flour off of his hands and off the sturdy, practical apron he wears. "Hello," he says. "Me name is Grisbeck Hearthstone, and this here be the Hearthstone Bakery. Welcome." Grisbeck slides the pastries off his tray, placing each one carefully on a shelf beneath the counter as he does. While he works, he continues to chat. "I don't think I've seen ye about before. New in town, are ye?" You confirm that you are and introduce yourself, and he bobs his head. "Well, pleased to meet ye. Ain't that fine?" "Ah," calls a small voice. "The door." Grisbeck smiles and lays one finger alongside his nose. Just a moment. He turns and opens the door in the back wall, admitting a young dwarf girl carrying a broad basket. Her hair is copper as compared to his warm brown, with the same golden brown skin. "This is me daughter, Penny," he explains. We mark story point N2. "Pleased to meet ye," the girl says as she stacks loaves of bread from within her basket on the counter above her head. If story point H8 is marked, which it most certainly isn't, so we're going to read entry 8125. "Penny," says Grisbeck, "you've done plenty to help your da out today. You should run and play with your friends now." "Oh, da," says the girl. "I told ye. What use have I got for friends when I got the best da south of Dunwar Mountains?" She smiles, but it seems a fragile sort of thing. And then she settles down under the windows with a knit owl whose head is attached only by a thread. "Penny," says Grisbeck, "what happened to then owl?" I don't know, Thegn? I don't know what they're going for there. But that's supposed to be read with an accent. I don't know how to do it. "Those boys tore him again," says Penny, patting the owl mournfully. "Oh, that ain't right," sighs the baker. He tugs at his beard and clicks his tongue. "They ought to know better than to do such thing." He frowns, then shakes his head and turns his attention to you. "What can I do for you?" So, do we want to get something to eat? Offer to repair the doll, which would require craftsmanship. We are not a craftsman. I don't think our cat paws lend themselves well to knitting or crochet. We could give Penny a gift, but we would have to have a cloth doll as an item, which we do not. Or we can leave the bakery. So basically, we're either buying something or leaving. I don't think we walked into the bakery to not get bread, right? Cats are always hungry. Exactly. In fact, I was inside briefly, I was inside for 5 minutes or whatever, and Demon tried his best to convince me that it is dinner time. It's not, but he's certain that it is. And had I, acquiesced and given him dinner, well, then 5 minutes from now, he would have still been certain that it's dinner time. Would have been second dinner. So cats are always hungry. We're going to get something to eat. So we have to spend 5 gold. So we go from 100 gold down to 95. And we're going to read entry 2078. Grisbeck places a still steaming loaf of dark bread in front of you. "Eat," he says. "It's best still hot." With a clatter, he drops a crocker of butter and another of honey on the table as well. "I'll say this for the lowlands," Grisbeck allows. "The honey is quite good." You each recover 2 stamina. We were already maxed out. Some time passes. We got time. Day 1. Oh my god, I'm just throwing things everywhere. Okay, so we have 8 time in each day, it sounds like. Time 1 and 2 are the morning. It's currently, 1 time has passed, so it's still morning. So we could either gift Penny a doll if we had it, which we do not, or we can thank him for the meal, which we do. This encounter is complete. So basically what we learned here as a hungry cat who, gave in to our to our senses, the wonderful smell wafting out of the bakery, we can go eat bread in order to recover some stamina. And now with that encounter complete, we can pick another place to go. So, it's still morning. Going to the Chatty Archer, the Countess Inn, the Drunken Hog, all of that probably isn't going to work. I don't know that we want to go on any of the roads, because that feels like more like if we were, leaving town. So, we could check out the Willow Grove. I don't know why we would do that. The Smithy. Market Street seems like a place we could go check out now. They might still be setting up though or something. There's the library, the village hall, the guard station. I mean, the guard station would be manned. They'd be working there, and maybe that would give us a good follow up to those bandits, or an impression of if there's any other ne'er-do-wells around, or anything we need to be aware of. This would give us some good background info that we can't quite get from the tavern just yet, because it's too early. Let's do that. Let's go to the guard station. 5230. The guard station is used as a meeting place for the village guard, you don't say, and a place to store the few implements of war the village has. An attached annex accessible only from outside serves as a jail cell, though it is rarely used. Behind the building is a training area with several training dummies. This is our first time visiting. It looks like most of these we get some, additional flavor text the first time we go. A dull thwack sounds as you circle up around to the rear of the guardhouse. "Keep your shield up," calls a gruff voice. "My shield is fine," drawls another. Two guards, both human, are sparring with wooden swords and shields. One a woman with a bored expression, the other a lantern-jawed man, whose face is red with frustration. An orc man, his head spotted with wispy gray hair, sits and watches them, shaking his head. "Your shield is fine against Deacon here, but against a real opponent, you'd be dead, Talia." Deacon, the human man, puffs out his chest and lowers his sword. "It's not becoming to strike a lady, that's all." Talia rolls her eyes. "An easy thing to say after you've spent all morning trying to strike me and failing." She throws her sword and shield down. "This is pointless. I'm already a better fighter than both of you put together. I'll be back when there's some actual work that needs doing." She stalks past you, barely sparing you a glance, and is soon gone. The orc man stands stiffly as he notices you. "Ah," he says, "we don't get many visitors here. I'm Tweagle. That was Talia. This is Deacon." He nods over his shoulder to the human behind him, who flourishes his sword into an over-elaborate bow. "We represent Her Ladyship's guard here in Dragonholt, such as it is." Tweagle stomps over to you and peers at you with watery yellow eyes. "You're new. Just came in with Sapphire's niece, eh? Through Eventide Forest, no less. How'd you find the journey?" You explain about your run-in with the bandits and how you and Braxton and Miriam fought them off. "Well, good job, that. Bandits, huh?" He turns and studies Deacon, who appears to be trying on different gratuitously masculine poses with his sword, peering at his reflection in a muddy puddle in the practice yard. That's not good news. Mark 1 progress in heroism. I don't know, is that on this sheet? I don't know how we mark that. Oh, that's down here. That is on this sheet. This is our village sheet down here at the bottom rather. When 8 progress has been marked, we gain 1 experience and increase in our fame. And then we get a bunch more as we get up to 24. Wow, okay, so we want to be like super heroic, doing cool things, fighting off the bad guys, and reporting to the local guards or whoever cares to listen. Time passes, okay, so it's now, we're into the afternoon. So, we could request to use the training ground, which requires 7 or less time to have passed, or we can leave the guard station. I feel like we're probably never coming back to the guard station. We're not big on fighting, right? But these guys didn't seem like hyper skilled fighters either. So I feel like maybe we should just do the training ground kind of while we're here. You know, get in a quick spar or whatever, and then like we're good on combat for a while. You know, we've done it. We've done enough. But like while we're here, let's check it out. Let's check it out. So 1322. You retrieve a practice weapon from the rack and square up against one of the blocky training dummies. The dummy doesn't put up much of a fight, of course, but swinging the heavy training weapon around is quite the workout, and the muscles in your arms and back burn as you grunt and thwack away for a few hours. Holy crap. Okay, we were serious. So we lose 2 stamina, rightly or wrongly. This is what we've done. Whoops. Back down to 14. We get 1 progress in combat training and physical training. You know what? I didn't know that those were things. But that's okay. Time passes, so we're into the afternoon now. We're further into the afternoon. And this encounter is complete. Okay, so we completed some combat training and some physical training. Let's take a look at those. It says here that basically once we've maxed out our combat training, so we've gotten to 6, we can learn archery, brawling, dueling, or military for 1 experience per skill. We currently have 1 experience, right? And physical training would allow us to learn agility, athletics, endurance, or stealth. Okay, so basically we can gain, you know, pretty much any of those other skills that we passed on through sufficient study and or training. We're probably not going to do that all immediately, but it is an option. Okay, so we're into the afternoon. I think we want to hit up one of the... we're going to go back to the Chatty Archer, but not until nighttime. So where do we want to go in the meantime? I'm losing stamina listening to that encounter. Holy sore muscles tomorrow, Batman. Yeah, no kidding. It's like, oh, I'm going to like thwack on this training dummy. Sure, that makes sense. And then it's like for several hours. Like, no way. Like 5 minutes maybe? Several hours? No thanks. All right. So let's hit up the market. Let's check. We like talking to people. We like hustle and bustle. The market, I was worried if it was morning time that the market would just be like, oh, they're setting up or whatever. But it's the afternoon. We can go to the market. Maybe there's something to purchase, somebody to talk to, who knows? And then we can follow that up by our trip to the Chatty Archer as planned. Have we checked out the Alchemist yet? Ooh, no, we haven't. That's also an option. So there's the Apothecary shop, which, if I understand correctly, this is like the store that, got burned down that Miriam intends to buy. We could go there instead of the market, right? See what we can find. She's probably there. We can probably help her out, pitch in with a task or two, Good either way. Well, I'm not good either way. We gotta figure this out with our friend the coin that I can't find. This happens to me. Ah, there it is. I've tried to set it somewhere close by and useful, but... All right, heads is the market. Tails is the apothecary shop. It's more fun when, you know, we get a little bit of fate deciding where we go. We are going to the apothecary shop, 6,300. All right. The apothecary shop is a 2-story building that you cannot see because I have this camera centered for some reason. Featuring a large storefront and multiple back rooms. A show window fills near... Let's try that again. A show window fills nearly the entire front wall of the building, looking out toward the village green. If 5 or less time has passed today, which it has, the walls of the apothecary shop are darkened by soot and burnt wood. The front door and its frame are splintered, as if the door had been blown off its frame by an explosion. Several boards, fastened in a sheet, are nailed over what was once a large show window. Oh, okay, so we get a different entry depending on how much time has passed. It's either 0 or 3 or more. So it would be different if we went straight there. So 3 or more time has passed today. It's the afternoon. So we're going to read entry 8272. This is good, bizarre apothecary music. The front door and the boards that held it in its frame are leaning against the outside wall. You can hear the chipper voice of a certain gnome prattling away inside. The excited chatter is occasionally punctuated by commentary from Braxton. Within, you find Braxton holding the charred remains of a cabinet and Miriam gesticulating with a broom. And I'll replace that window with one giant pane of glass. I'll put some tools and some ingredients in the window. Showy stuff, you know, glass tubes and colorful mushrooms and things. Miriam turns to include you in her excited chatter, apparently not at all surprised to find you in her shop. Today we get all this debris out, and tomorrow we bring in the materials to lay a new floor and start fixing these walls. It'll be great, you'll see. She flourishes with her broom toward the back room. I'll set up my workshop back there and use the front space for stocks and sales. It'll have good light. It's important that my customers feel comfortable. How about your guests? Asks Braxton, nodding at you. Oh, right. Good to see you. Do we want to offer to help with the renovations or leave Miriam and Braxton to their work? Listen, I'm a little tired from, you know, swinging the sword on that practice dummy for so long. But I think the least we could do, if her aunt is hosting us at the Swan, is like push a broom or something. So let's offer to help out. It's the right thing to do. And besides, you know, we talked about this. Trust is earned. I feel like these folks, they are earning our trust. We're still a little nervous about them, but they're well on their way. We fought with them side by side, and you know, if we knew a little bit more about them, I think we'd be there. So let's offer to help them. We need some protein for recovery, but yeah, we need to be helpful. Exactly, yeah, totally. We should have gone to the guard shop and then the bakery, apparently. If only we had known everything that happened and did it in the correct order. So 1057. Oh, are you sure? Asks Miriam. I wouldn't want to impose, and you have your own business to attend to. Before you can change your mind, Miriam points at a broken pile of wood and glass. That used to be a cabinet. Could you help Braxton take it out to the cart in the back? You work together to remove all the ruined furniture, then start tearing up the damaged floorboards with a pry bar. You each lose 2 stamina. Okay, we are getting, like, tired out. Mark 1 progress in physical training. Cool. So we're gonna, you know, be buff after all of this. We were a sleek, slender cat, but we're prying up floorboards and hacking on a dummy enough that we're going to be like, you know, not able to put our little paws down from our tremendous muscles. I was going to say biceps. I don't know that cats have biceps. I got scared. Eventually, Braxton reports that the cart is full. I'll get rid of it, she says. Be right back. Do we offer to help dispose of the refuse or stay with Miriam and continue demolition? You know what? I want to flip a coin. Heads, we go with Braxton. Tails, we stay. I'm tempted to stay, but I want to. Either way, I'm good. So let's just flip it. We're staying. Tails, we stay. We're going Maine Coon cat soon. Yeah, exactly. Or like a Norwegian forest cat or something else. Some gigantic cat. Super buff. All right, 1657. She's going to tell us of her secret love for Braxton. 1675. I said 57. I was very confused. May as well get started on the next cartload, says Miriam, twirling her pry bar dramatically, dropping it, snatching it back up, and smiling as if nothing happened. Together, you dismantle every soot-blackened surface of the back room. As you work, you take the opportunity to get to know her better. So, do we want to ask her about her business from before Dragonholt, her family, or how she met Braxton? We talked to her about how she met Braxton. We asked that before. We heard the story about them, at the inn or whatever, and they kind of, got chased away together. So we could ask about her family. It's relevant to the Swan, to our potential love interest with Sapphire. Or we could ask about her business from before Dragonholt. What are we thinking? What's the best background info here? I think knowing a little bit more about her family might be more useful. But I don't know. 60-49. Let's do that. It's funny because it's weird. I keep looking over at chat because before, I think Seth is still lurking. But when he had been here, it was like every time I was like, hey, we should do this. I'd find a contentious, no, we should instead in the chat. And I keep looking for it. It's not there. Anyhow. Oh, they're out there somewhere, says Miriam with a wave of her hand. You know us gnomes. We don't settle down much. But my father taught me most of what I know about brewing potions, and my mother was almost as good a tailor as Aunt Safi before. Never mind about that. So, something bad happened to her mom. Miriam falls into an uncharacteristic silence for a time. She pours a fizzing liquid from a flask onto the floor. She then begins to scrub the area with a broom. To your surprise, the caked-on gunk simply dissolves, revealing not too damaged floorboards beneath. My father and brother are out on the road somewhere, continues Miriam. I'm sure I'll see them at the next festival. Aunt Safi and Braxton are all the family I need for right now. Braxton pokes her head in through the door. I'm back, she says. I suppose we'd better load the cart back up. You've gotten a lot done in here. Oh, do we have to do more physical training? God, I'm getting tired just reading this. 94.85, like sleep like a log after spending all day tearing up floorboards and fighting training dummies. Working together, you fill the second cart full of refuse quickly and deposit another load at the village green. Then you pause for a drink of water and take stock of the situation. Time passes. So 6 or more time has not passed. So we're going to read 6959. You spend a couple more hours tearing up the damaged pieces of the shop until your back aches and your hands are sore. No kidding. Braxton shows no obvious signs of wear, but Miriam's constant chatter eventually winds down to practically nothing, and you work in silence until every piece of broken or burned wood has been removed from the back room. Mark 1, progress in physical training. You each lose 2 stamina. Oh my god, we're just gonna, we're gonna pass out from, we're gonna have to use a health potion to regain our stamina from prying up floorboards. Time passes. Okay, we're into the evening now. Read entry 6761. We're helping our friends. Feeling good. The sunset paints the sky above you a deep orange, and Miriam sighs, looking up at it. All right, that's a good day's work, I think. Let's go back to the Swan and get some dinner. Braxton's stomach rumbles, and she nods. Nods. Yes, let's. Miriam turns to you. If you care to join us, I'm buying. It's the least I can do after your help today. She hops down from the shop and skips, humming, down the street. Braxton follows after her, her voice rumbling in the twilight. Buying dinner is quite easy when your aunt refuses to let any of us pay for food. This encounter is complete. Okay, so we're done with that. We don't need to go to the Swan. We can go there. We can join them later. It's time to go to the Chatty Archer. It's time to find out all the news, what's going on in town, right? It's evening. It's prime time for a drink. So, you open the door and step into a warmly lit hall containing a smattering of oak tables and chairs. A long counter stretches the length of the left wall, bar stools in a row on one side, and a shelf holding bottles of varying shapes, sizes, and colors on the other. This is our first time visiting while it's open, that is 8752. A tall human man with broad shoulders stands up behind the counter, polishing a mug. His sleeves are rolled up, revealing muscular arms. He looks at the door as you enter and gives you a toothy grin and a friendly nod. You new to Dragonholt? Asks the man behind the counter. I don't reckon. I've seen you before. He gives his mug a once-over and sets it on a lower shelf with others like it. Then he slings the drying cloth over his shoulder and steps toward you. The name's Hunter. I'm the owner of this here drinking hole. You introduce yourself and glance around the room before taking a seat. There are patrons at several of the tables, men and women enjoying food, drink, and banter. Others are sitting at the bar engaged in conversation with a human woman behind the counter. Beside you sits an elderly human man whittling a small wooden duck. Maybe he knows something about our wooden trinket that we plucked out of the oak tree. You look like the adventurous type. Me and my wife Lay used to do some adventuring before settling down and opening this place. Hunter gestures to the woman behind the counter. She smiles and waves. Lay can fix you up with something to eat if you're peckish. Just shout at us if you need anything at all. Oh ho, adventuring, eh? Exclaims the older man sitting beside you. I had myself many an adventure in my day. Spent much of my youth making day trips to Eventide Forest, though back then it wasn't as dangerous as it is now. The old man blows on his whittled duck, removing excess wood shavings. If story point V6 is marked, which I'm pretty sure it's not, it is not. So we're going to read 2806. Oh, hey, friends. Is that right? Asks Hunter. Tell us about it, Theo. The tavern owner sets a small bowl of nuts in front of you as the older man begins to tell a story about climbing trees in the forest. You can tell immediately this story will last some time. Oh, it's like a story Martina would tell. Hunter leans over the counter to whisper to you. Don't mind old Theodore. He just likes to tell his stories to anyone who will listen. Can't tell if he forgets he's already told the stories or if he just likes telling them again. You are about to respond when you get the sense that you're being watched. You cautiously glance around the tavern once more until your eyes fall on a hooded figure. A woman, if you had to guess, sitting alone in the corner. You barely see her face under the shroud of her ivy green cloak. Now listen, our friend Celise, she mentioned her favorite blue cloak. But we thought it was green. Maybe this is our friend. Suddenly, the cloaked figure stands and exits the tavern through the back door. You follow her into the alley, looking around the corners of the nearby building to ensure no one else is around before calling out to her in a hushed voice. Celise, we're right. Read entry 5682. I'm glad you came, says Celise. There is trouble afoot, and I'm getting too old for trouble. What do you mean rude? Sometimes you've been known to tell a lengthy story, Martina. On occasion. Celise doesn't look a day older than when you met her, but then again, she is an elf. I believe her that someone is plotting against the noble family here. Maybe this wasn't a mistake and she just speaks oddly. I believe her. Someone is plotting against the noble family here. You might already know that the local lord is Lady Regina Fairfax, Countess of Dragonholt. She had, up until recently, 3 children, Sonia, Rochelle, and Philip. Regina is sick. She seems a little young to me to be dying already, but humans will do that on you, I suppose. God, it is Tree Karen. Ugh, God, humans always dying. The details matter in the story, but they only matter to you, and that's the problem. So her daughter Sonia was poised to inherit the county, but Sonia came to me and said she had received a letter from her uncle Kirik, Regina's brother. Kirik demanded that Sonia renounce her position and support Kirik's claim to Regina's seat. Sonia refused him, of course. Days later, continues Celise, Sonia fell from her horse, struck her head on a rock, and died. Not suspicious on its own, perhaps, but Sonia was an excellent rider. She was alone in the forest when it happened. I became concerned that Kirik had murdered her. I shared my suspicions with Timothy, Regina's steward. And that night, as I returned to my bedroom, a heavy statue in the gallery toppled over and nearly killed me. Celise closes her eyes and leans back, resting her head. So I fled. I'd already sent the letter to you, so I hid in the village, waiting. So this means we mark story point V6. That's how you remember. All right, I'm gonna finish this paragraph and we're gonna talk about it. Celise stands, brushing down her cloak and taking a deep breath. But nothing unusual has happened since then, and Philip and Rochelle remain safe. It would seem the situation is not as dire as I had suspected. For now, I think it is wise for you to acquaint yourself with the villagers and gain their trust. We will need them on our side if it comes to a struggle for leadership. But right now, I will go to Lady Regina and tell her everything. Will you come with me? This is like our only friend, right? We know this person well enough that we ventured through the forest with Miriam and Braxton, people who we didn't know, just to come see what was going on because she sent us this concerning letter. So I feel like this, that trust is earned thing, this is one of the only people we trust. So surely we have to go with her, especially if when she's, alone, she's being threatened with her life, right? So 54, 55, we'll see what happens next. But in the meantime, before I read this next one, I want to get a feeler out here. I'm curious. So when Martina tells stories, she tends to tell stories where she's like, she gets to an important part and she's trying to recall a detail, like, oh no, who said something at work or something. And she's like, no, it couldn't have been that person because I know the person who said it was wearing like a yellow shirt and they were wearing like the teal one today. So it couldn't have been, blah, 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 blah. And she'll sort of like stream of consciousness, remember details based on other extremely minute details. Does anyone else remember stuff that way when sharing it with others? Curious. It's true. It is true. That's exactly what you say. I just don't. I always laugh about it. Okay. So we go with Celise to Fairfax Manor, where a middle-aged human woman in servant's livery opens the door for you with an expression of surprise. I must speak with the Countess at once, Matilda, says Celise. Matilda only nods and ushers you upstairs, where Regina's audience chamber lies in the manor's ancient round tower. The Countess's enormous black throne is empty, but the Countess is seated on a carpet by one hearth. She is a human woman of middling years with fair skin and enormous green eyes, almost luminescent in the face, more lined by pain than by age. Gosh, that sounds rough. Okay. The Countess has a round hoop in her lap, a piece of intricate needlework. My lady, says Celise. Celise, says Regina. I had wondered if you had quit my service. Please introduce us. Celise bows and introduces you. Regina inclines her head, but makes no effort to rise. What brings you to me today, my friend? With many pauses to word her story as diplomatically as possible, Celise shares the same suspicions with Regina that she had shared with you. As she speaks, a rail-thin man in a ruffled tunic slips into the room to stand silently at Regina's side. Yes, says Regina at length. Timothy told me much of this the day you disappeared. Was it Timothy? She offers one hand to the man in the ruffled shirt, who helps her to her feet with perfect form. Yes, milady. I'm not sure what to make of Miss Celise's suspicions, but I reported them dutifully. Regina crosses to her throne and sits with a sigh. She gestures to Timothy and points to a writing desk against the wall. Timothy, the book in the drawer, there. He goes and fetches a slim, leather-bound volume. This is Sonia's journal. I have not read it. There are things that a mother should not know about her daughter, I think. But you must do, my friends. I do not want to believe that my brother would stoop to so reprehensible a crime as kinslaying, but I will not risk my children on my hope that Kirik is still the honorable man who stood aside for me when our father named me heir over him. She presses the book into your hand. You gain Sonia's journal. This is one of the other materials that's set aside at the start of the game. Okay? So please, read it. Perhaps it contains some clue as to Sonia's fate. And perhaps you might prevent Rochelle and Philip from falling prey to a similar doom. She waves a hand, and Timothy rushes forward to shepherd you from the room. Her ladyship tires easily these days, he says. Thank you. We will speak again. Celise frowns as she walks to the door. So Timothy isn't the traitor after all, or perhaps he's covering, or perhaps there is no traitor, just rotten luck. She shakes her head and opens the door. Read that book and make it a point to get to know the locals. I will call upon you again when you are needed. 2 time passes. So it's now nighttime. And it says this encounter is complete. We now possess Sonia's journal. We may read and refer back to the journal at any time. I guess let's give it a read. Let's take a look. Let's read the deceased heir to the throne, her journal. What could go wrong? We're not going to learn anything iffy whatsoever. I'm certain of it. All right, so it's Sunday, first planting, 1851, Fairfax Manor. Celise gave me this book for New Year's Day and suggested that a young lady of my station should keep a journal. Oh, sorry, a young lady of my station should keep a journal. It seems unlikely that anyone will want to read my thoughts in days to come, but I suppose we'll give it a try. So a new year has begun. A new year is given to you. What will you do with it? Who said that to me? One of the priests at the school Mother sent me to in Highcrest, I think. So, what will I do with it? Okay, so she's got like a bulleted list of things. Get Mother to let Rochelle take a knighthood. A new will. Settle the Long Creek dispute with the Belmonts. I think it's time to breed Appledash. I know there's catfolk in the forest. I'm going to find them. Hey, I'm right here. Read at least 13 new books. Celise would insist. Find a cure for Mother's illness. Wow. I saw a catfolk woman in a red tunic run away from me. I don't want to scare them away entirely, so I didn't chase her for long. It was a few days later. Sky Day. I've come to the tree to pray. I received a letter today from the physician in Greyhaven. He had nothing useful to say about Mother's illness. Mother insists that all will be well, of course, and that when her time comes, she will die, just as anyone else. But she has barely 50 years. She is too young, and I'm not ready to be Countess. Crabs? It's out of the blue, crabs. It's fair. I'm considering dangling Timothy out a window by his toes. If only we lived in a proper castle with a tall tower to do it from. The man spent nearly a candle harassing me about taking a husband, and what if I prefer a wife, Timothy? Did you consider that, I wonder? And producing an heir. I half wonder if he wanted the job himself. He's not wrong, of course, which is why I am so angry with him. How dare he tell me the things I do not want to hear? Mother hasn't brought the matter up at all. She seems perfectly content for me to marry, or not, as suits me. Bless her for that. I will say that Timothy, the vibe I got from Timothy is one of, like, scummy. It was a scummy vibe, Worm tongue. Trusted advisor gone rogue. I should visit with the villagers more often. I love my family, but they drive me crazy sometimes. Today I played a cutthroat game of cards with Ursula and Sapphire. They're so polite to one another, I forget they're technically rivals in business. They were certainly rivals today. So where's Ursula? Where's she, what's she own? The Countess Inn, maybe? Or the Drunken Hog? It's good to learn from both these women. They see firsthand who comes into our village and have a better understanding of the flow of commerce through the county than even they know, I think. Also, I always eat very well when I visit. That sounds nice. Sounds real good. Gawain thinks he has found, or Gavin? I can't tell what that is. Gawain? Gawain thinks he has found a likely mate for Appledash in the Cunningham stable. I'll have to see the beast myself. Oh, I assumed Appledash was like a flower or something. I don't know. Obviously not. But I'm glad he's taken a keen interest. Probably her horse. Tending to the bloodlines of your horses makes me think about the county. I wonder about our goats. If we're doing all we can to keep the herds healthy. If they could be more productive. I wonder about our crops. Are there better seeds we should find elsewhere? People seem so happy to just do as they have done in the past. But there may be a better way. We can breed our horses to be stronger. We can improve our county by bringing in new blood. Or new ideas, at least, as well. I'm grateful that we have so many wanderer gnomes, orcs, and others in our villages, bringing their connections to the outside with them. Tulips blooming in the garden today. My heart is full. Well, that's nice. This is a long journal. Like, we got quite a bit to read yet. It's also like, I get it, it's a journal, but the font's kind of a pain in the butt, frankly. Gawain is quite... I'm just going to say Gavin. It's clearly a W, but Gavin is quite correct. The Cunningham stallion will do very well. Count Cunningham has turned down a stud fee. I think he's hopeful I might marry one of his sons. No, thank you. Albert Cunningham seems less than thrilled with the entire affair, or possibly just with me. Philip and I spent today in the village. Philip set himself up on the edge of the green with his charcoals and the scraps of paper he keeps filching from Celise, and I visited with Marquez, the village clerk, to go over possible sites for a new mill. The old one is too far outside the village, I think, and time has not been kind to it. Marquez is entirely in favor of a new mill, but has a host of reasons not to situate it anywhere I choose. He wants it to go on his brother's farm. From what I can tell, which means another would have to buy that land back from him. It means mother would have to buy mother would have to buy that land back from him at a pretty price. I know that yeomanry at the backbone of the realm and all that. But at times I admit I wish we went back to the days when the nobles owned all the land. When I came back to check on Philip, he had that dwarf girl in his lap, doing his very best to draw an owl. Is that the baker's daughter? Because she had an owl stuffy, right? Philip is such a sweet young man. Some days I wish he was going to inherit the county. He's certainly not going to be a knight like Rochelle. In the afternoon, I stopped by Fior Brightmalls to see how Rochelle's new sword is coming along. I'm no judge of weapons, but she showed me that the blade is finished, and now it just wants binding and mounting and all that. The blade looks lovely. Rochelle will be very pleased and surprised, I hope. Man, this journal is just like, it's so long. Notes to myself. If I'm right, Appledash should come into season in early Greentide. Make sure Gavin knows to send her to the Cunningham stable for studying. Rochelle's sword ready. How to wrap it? Name day in less than a week. Sapphire says her niece is a good apothecary. Good enough to cure mother? Ask Sapphire to send for her. I thought I had another note, but I forgot what it was. This is my first time coming out for the blessing of the flock without mother. Everyone's doing their best to ignore it, but I can feel them wondering where she is. I want to cry, but a countess doesn't cry. I did my best. The sheep are as blessed as I know how to make them. I wish somebody would bless me. Oh man, that's rough. Rochelle loved her present. Name day went well. I've just heard that there's a new healer in Highcrest, impressing everyone with her skill. She uses some sort of magic. I'm leaving immediately. I've just realized that Appledash is, in fact, in her season, and I've ridden her straight away to the Cunningham Stallion. Also, I am regretting taking Deacon with me on this trip. Mother insisted I take a guard, but why did I choose the one who won't stop telling me all about his imaginary accomplishments? Just focus on the healer. This is all worth it if the healer is as good as they say. The healer promised to come visit Dragonholt immediately. I didn't even get around to offering her money. I tithed it here at the temple instead. Even Deacon can't ruin this mood. Strange man stopped me on the street and asked my name. Scar on his face. He seemed thoughtful when I left him there. The bandit leader had a scarred face, but I mean, I feel like plenty of people have scarred faces, especially in this rough and tumble area of the country, you know? The healer spent an hour cloistered with Mother in the shrine. She came out and shook her head, then sent me in to speak to my mother. Mother explained that there's no healing what ails her. My time is coming, she said. Everyone dies, Sonia, so I will die younger than most, but still older than many, and I don't regret a single moment of my life that brought you and your sister and brother into this world. So Mother's at peace with her coming death, but I'm not, damn it. And I don't want to be. This isn't fair. A strange letter arrived today. At first I thought it was a suitor, because the writer said it was as beautiful as Eventide Forest. But the letter claims to be from my Uncle Kirik, who I've never met before in my life. My uncle suggests I not tell my mother that he has written to me because there is no love lost between them. I imagine not. I don't believe Mother has ever said 2 words about Kirik to me. I'm to write to him in Highcrest if I want to know more. I believe I shall do so straight away. Appledash is back in season, so I've just returned from the Cunningham stable riding a horse Gavin chose for me. A bit of a wild one, but I do like his spirit. And what should I find on my return but a letter from my uncle? And not a very nice letter. Kirik claims that Mother isn't the rightful Countess of Dragonholt. He is. According to him, Mother is his half-sister, and bastard born at that. So by the laws of the realm, Kirik should have inherited the county from my grandfather. Kirik says that he didn't want to press his claim by force and wage war against his own blood, so he went into exile when his sister stole his throne. But now that Mother is dying, he asks me to back his claim and step aside for him. This must be a pack of lies, and I must speak to Mother about this. I'm in no hurry to inherit the county, but I'm hardly going to place the lives of my people in the hands of a stranger. Not sure how to feel. A little drunk. Helps. Hunter is very handsome. So is his wife. Mother more or less confirmed Kirik's story. She is my grandfather's bastard daughter and Kirik's older sister. But she claims that Lord Holland named her as his heir because when the county needed saving, she saved it, and Kirik did nothing. He abdicated his responsibilities, according to her. Kirik sees a county as a privilege, as something to own. But in truth, it's a duty, a job that is yours for the rest of your life. And if you fail us in that task, people suffer and even die. Or words like that, a little drunk. Mother said that if she thought I'd be a bad countess, she'd pass the title on to someone else. But apparently she's certain I'll be a good one. I'm not so sure. It would be easier to let Kirik take the throne and go run an inn somewhere. I think I'd like running an inn. I like working in the kitchens. I got into it with Celise today, talking about inheritance and lordship. If Mother was going to pass over me for inheritance if I were bad at the job, pass it to whom? Rochelle? Philip? Either would make a fine ruler for Dragonholt, I think. But what if they were bad as well? As bad as me. Pretend me. Maybe the best person for the job is someone the peasants choose themselves. That sounds rather democratic. Let's not do that. One of the innkeepers or the more successful farmers. They're used to making lots of decisions and leading large groups of people. Celise said what I was describing was called democracy. And it worked for some people in some parts of the world. But Mother couldn't just do that because her choice of an heir would need the support of not just the people of the county, but also the nobles of the barony and the baroness herself. And that meant it had to be someone of noble blood with at least a nominal claim to the title. So one of her children, or Kirik. I talked the matter through with anyone who'd listen over the last few days. Timothy, Matilda, Gavin, Philip. Gavin thinks that I should let Kirik have the place. I guess his father was one of Kirik's friends. Timothy reminded me that I should get married sooner rather than later. Matilda claimed that it was all too much for a simple serving girl like her, which is her way of saying she wasn't listening. And Philip made fun of me. I think he was trying to cheer me up. I don't know what to do, but I have to decide, and then I have to stick to it. I wrote Kirik a letter turning him down. Hopefully that's the last I'll hear concerning the matter. Going for a long ride later, the new horse is still wild, but I'm learning. Kirik wrote me another letter. I think he is threatening me. I know Mother doesn't like asking men and women to fight and die for her. Not after the Two Barons' War, but it's really time we mustered a few more guards. The county can levy quite a few good archers and spend and spears in time of war, but that's no substitute for actual men-at-arms and women-at-arms. Thank you, Rochelle. Maybe we can attract a knight-errant or two, or create a knight household in Eversmoor or Cowan's Cross. Does our library have a name? The Library? Dragonholt Library? I suppose it's the only public library in the county, so it doesn't particularly require one. I wrote to Kirik with yet another refusal. Then I found Celise and told her everything. She seemed concerned and said she had some friends she could ask for help. So that's us. We're the friends. Appledash is with Foal, so I'm stuck with this new horse for the foreseeable future. Gowan assures me that I'll be fine. I need to take my mind off all this nonsense. Philip and I are going riding today in Eventide Forest. Maybe I'll find the mythical catfolk village. Or maybe they really are just forest spirits. Timothy looked at me like I developed a bad swell when I mentioned my plans and asked if I'd like to take one of the young men from the Belmont or Cunningham families with me on one of these rides. What a petty little man. Gawain offered to saddle my horse for me today. How nice. Usually he insists we all do it ourselves, because if you can't saddle a horse, you surely can't ride her. Okay. That was a novel more than a journal. So, it's funny, this feels more like a mystery type game than just swords and sorcery. But we read the dead girl's journal, okay? And there's a couple things that stand out, or one in particular, two, I guess. So, all at the end of the journal here. Specifically, she says, Philip and I are going riding today. But it was mentioned earlier that she was riding alone when she fell off her horse and her head struck a rock. So that's awfully suspicious. Now, it's possible that their plans changed or whatever, but it seems more like maybe Philip's in on it. Timothy, I don't know how to feel about. He seems scummy, but I think he might just be like a traditionalist, and he's just trying to marry off the eldest daughter, you know? And Gawain, I don't know what Gavin's, like, who he is exactly, what his job is, but he seems involved with the horses and husbandry, and it's curious that out of the blue, he saddled the horse the day that Sonia went riding and died. And presumably we can like, it's a fair assumption that something bad's happening here. You know, she mentions meeting up, being asked her name from a man in the street in the village, and he had a large scar. That was the bandit leader, I think, right? So some ne'er-do-wells are interested in her. Philip, her brother, is like a dirty, rotten liar. I think Philip's the brother. And Gavin, it's awfully coincidental he saddles the horse the day she dies. But I feel like a goddamn detective going through this. So, we read Sonia's journal. It's the end of day one. It's nighttime, right? We've used 7 time. When day 1 has passed, we read entry 3877. So basically, we can do one final thing, right? I feel like late in the night, that's as good a time as any to, go to one of our other inns, the Countess Inn or the Drunken Hog. Totally a murder mystery now. Where's the Scooby-Doo gang? Or is that us? I think we're it. I think that's us. I think it is a murder mystery. It seems deeply suspicious. And, yeah. I don't know. Dragonholt seemed like such a unassuming place with nice people. And then it turns out that that's all a cover story and everyone's a murderous bastard. So, we're not going to get into the manor at night. Going to the shrine seems super arbitrary. I think we go to one of these places. It's our last thing for the day. Which one's it going to be? The Drunken Hog or the Countess Inn? We want to do more day drinking. Let's do that at the Drunken Hog, and let's go to the Countess Inn. See what happens. 4,200. A painted sign showing a woman's profile with a silver coronet adorns this 2-story building. The ground floor is of pale red stone, while the upper story is a sprawling half-timber affair, hanging over the entrance and supported by thick wooden posts. Flower boxes filled with colorful flowers are arranged between the support beams. 8742. The Countess Inn's common room is hung with old, faded banners, mostly showing some variant of a black and white dragon crest, the coat of arms of the various rulers of Dragonholt going back for generations. The far wall is painted with an expansive mural showing a large tree that you take to be the great oak at the heart of Eventide Forest. Its boughs unfolding the figure of a green-eyed woman wearing a silver coronet, presumably Countess Regina. The patrons in the common room are a collection of men and women of various races, all in their middle or later years. So this is where like the old folks come hang out, right? Maybe not old folks, but it's like, it's a little drab, a little faded. Everything about it is historic. The patrons are all like older, you know? They are all in their middle or later years, well-to-do judging from their clothing. They talk quietly in small groups or sit reading or napping by one of the two hearths on either side of the room. You find yourself matching their demeanor, walking more carefully, lowering your voice, almost without meaning to. An elderly human woman in a green dress sits at a table directly beneath the painted tree and waves you over as soon as it catches your eye. As soon as she catches your eye. "Welcome to the Countess Inn," she says. "You must be new in the village. I'm Ursula." Ah, so this is the, Sapphire, the swan, our friend's mom's competitor, right? "If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask me or my daughter." She motions toward a slender, almost ethereal woman in her middle years carrying a tray through the common room. "Pretty young thing, isn't she? The only one of my children left. The others have moved away." I feel like ethereal is it's the Hunt Club. I feel like ethereal is a very unusual description to use for someone alive, basically. Okay, if story point 03 is marked, it is not. 02 is, but 03 is not. So we're going to read entry 5562. This music is making me feel like I'm going to have some grand discovery, but I don't know that that's true. A small group of silver-haired men and women ponder over a board of light and dark squares adorned with wooden playing pieces. A man half reads, half dozes by the fire. The room is filled with a vibrant, intense hush. Ursula sits in her usual seat beneath the painted tree, sipping tea from a silver cup. Do we want to get something to eat? Deliver the letter to Ursula, which we do not have, so we don't know what that's about, or leave. We have to spend 5 gold to eat, but we're shy on stamina, but I have a strange feeling that just resting this evening will get us our stamina back. But we said we are a cat, and cats love to eat. So we're just going to take this opportunity every time. Oh, there's food? Okay, we're going to spend that 90, or that 5 gold rather, and we're going to get something to eat. Because a cat never says no to food. The music has been on point. I've been really happy. There was that mystery where the one time it played Auld Lang Syne, like out of nowhere. But otherwise, it's been like coincidentally good. I just assembled a really big playlist on Epidemic Sound, and it just, with relatively low effort for me, it's like just happened to work out, but I'm okay with that. All right. Ursula's daughter, whose name you still haven't managed to coax out of her, brings you a platter mounted high with a lightly... I'm going to try that one again. Brings you a platter mounted high with lightly spiced boiled vegetables, rich red beans, and a cut of cold mutton. The food is a little on the bland side, but filling and seems appropriate for the clientele. We recover 2 stamina. Time passes. and this encounter is now complete. Okay, so we're back up to 12 stamina, and because our full day worth of time has passed, we're going to read entry 3877. We're solving the murder mystery in Dragonholt Village. Who knew that that's what this was going to be about? You return to your room and turn in for the night, collapsing into sleep almost immediately. Your dreams are strange and unsettled, full of lurking threats and the shadow of wings falling across the land, cast by a roaring fire. You wake in the middle of the night, cross to your window, and look out across the sleeping village by moonlight. Eventually, you sleep again and dream of an endless forest and a plaintive voice calling for you. You each recover half of your maximum stamina, so we're back to full, which we didn't have to eat, but we're a cat and we like eating, so I'm happy about it. You each refresh your activation token, doesn't matter. This chapter of the story ends here. When you're ready to begin the next chapter, read entry 3432. So it says chapters and taking breaks. The end of each day marks the end of a chapter in the story. The end of a chapter is a great time to take a break. You may wish to stop playing for now and pick up from here at a later date. If so, the entry number you have been directed to on the story tracking sheet, so you can pick up where you left off. So we're going to do exactly that. We're going to write down day 2 and 3432, and we're going to, I think, stop here and resume some other time, because this has been fun, but it has been a lot of reading. I've actually, usually we reflect a little bit on our game that we played at the end of stream, and today's no different. I've been meaning to play like a game of this style for wait, you didn't die again. Oh my gosh, I don't know if I could have died in this game very easily, but you're right. This trend has continued for an unusually long time. I mean, normally we just die, we lose immediately, right? So it's bizarre that we would not only survive, but we're like on a 4 or 5 streak now. This is weird, making me uncomfortable actually. So, Legacy of Dragonholt so far has felt like a really interesting game. I feel like on BGG it says that it's best for 1 player, and I think that I would agree. I feel like you could probably play this with 2, but it says for 1 to 6, and I feel like with 6 players, other than sharing the reading or whatever, I don't know. I don't think 6 is ambitious, but whatever. As a narrative game, I've been enjoying it so far. The writing's a bit up and down. Sometimes it's a little goofy, but mostly, it's been fun. Like Miriam's a really interesting character, for instance, right? I've enjoyed it. I didn't expect it to suddenly become a murder mystery. That was unanticipated. So I'm looking forward to playing through that. But more generally, I'm really happy that this has been so cool. Yeah, exactly. That's how I feel about it. I'm really happy that I gave this a try, because I have a few other games like this. Most of them are a little bit more heavily tilted towards the role playing. They're more this is a lot of reading, and it's not a lot of us just coming up with an idea or whatever. It's a little bit more predetermined. But I have a couple of sort of solo journaling games and things like that I've been really intrigued about, and I've been really nervous to try them on stream, because I just didn't know how they would go, and it's also a little bit nerve-wracking, the idea of being a bit kind of on the spot. But with a little bit of help from chat, it's gone really well, I think. I've had a lot of fun playing this. It was both challenging and enjoyable to do like the character creation together. And that was one of the other things I didn't know. I just had low confidence that we would have enough people active in chat to kind of make this work, where it's not like chat's playing, but certainly helping, you know? And I guess all those fears were, you know, for nothing, because it's totally worked out. I had a lot of fun. Most of the viewers seemed to hang around the whole time, or for a long time, despite the fact that, you know, objectively this feels like watch James read the game. But obviously it was kind of interesting enough, and I had a lot of fun, and this gives me some confidence that we could have some fun with some of those other games as well. The biggest challenge here, of course, being just time. I'm only streaming on Sundays these days, and you know, we went through like there's 5 more of the books that are the same kind of thickness as that first scenario. I don't know how we segue from the murder mystery into these, but you know, each of these is like, I could maybe do 2 of these a stream. Like there's another 3 or 4 streams worth of material here, right? So it's going to take a minute just to get through Legacy of Dragonholt, let alone play something else, you know? But yeah, I've had a blast, and thanks for hanging out with me and kind of experiencing this together and contributing. And or if you lurked, that's fine too, you know. Not everybody needs to contribute, but I'm just glad that as a whole it worked out, and I look forward to resuming this at some point. We'll just have to kind of see how that's going to work out, because I deeply enjoyed this, but I also really like the opportunity to play new games every Sunday. So conflict, you know. Anyways, so we're gonna need to find a place to raid. If you got any suggestions, drop them in chat. I'll take a look through the board games category here in a sec, see who's on. I have no idea. I love Sunday with Opcost Games and Lady Opcost in chat. That's great. That's awesome. So speaking of Sundays with myself and Lady Opcost, next weekend on Sunday is Tabletop After Dark. So we will be participating, and I suckered Martina into joining me for a stream. So it's Women's History Month, and Tabletop After Dark this month is going to be focused on games designed by women. So the game that I chose to play, which I discussed with Martina as well, I decided I wanted to pick a game that was like wholly developed by women, or by a woman, not where there's multiple designers, one of whom is a woman. I'm stumbling over my words because it has been a lot of reading, but I picked Creature Comforts. So that's designed by Roberta Taylor, who is local to me. I met her at a con last year and talked with her for an inordinate amount of time. She's like one of the nicest people I've ever met, and she spent an absurd amount of time talking to me about games and game development and what she's got in the works, and, you know, all sorts of things. It was an extremely lovely experience. She even signed my copy of Creature Comforts, and that's the one that Martina and I are going to play next weekend, Sunday, on Tabletop After Dark. I'm not sure what, like where our slot is in TTAD. I don't even know if it's been figured out yet, honestly. Kind of haven't looked in a couple of days, but whatever. At some point on Sunday, Martina and I are right here playing Creature Comforts, and on Wednesday, this coming week, my daughter and I are going to play Radlands on YouTube Live, 6 p.m. Mountain. So if you could come check that out, I'd appreciate that as well. Now, 2 to 4. I could probably look it up on Discord here. I probably should have done that. Oh, now Discord has to update. Of course it does. There is an ad that's gonna. Oh, I can snooze it. I can snooze it. I thought I couldn't. Yes, sweet. Okay, so then we can wrap up without having to run another ad first. Let's see if I can confirm when our slot is for TTAD. No, I should have just looked on Instagram or something. Whatever. Sometime on Sunday. TTAD. Let's find a place to raid. If you've got suggestions, drop them in chat. Hey, Jamie Daggers. Imagine a wild Jamie Daggers in chat. Long time no see. I'm so glad you've been lurking. If that, like, I don't know how actively you've been lurking, but I would love to talk to you about this game and how this stream went as a fellow streamer, because I have some thoughts and I'd love to hear your opinion. So I hope you managed to, like, at least somewhat actively lurk and catch some of it. I'd love to talk about it a little bit with you sometime. I know your time is in short supply. You're a hard lady to track down. All right, so who's streaming? Who do we got on? We're definitely not rating the Angry Joe Show, though they are always on at this time. We tried that last time. Never again. Why does this keep... Hey, Twitch hates me, man. It just doesn't want me to be happy. Stop it. It keeps automatically scrolling up when I'm trying to scroll, and it's making me really irrationally angry. Olympian is on, it's true. Gosh, that is the understatement of the year. What, your time being in short supply? One of your favorite things to do outside your own stream is stream with Ray? I bet. Man, you know what? I've missed streaming with Ray, because I used to stream with Ray all the time. I was streaming more regularly, and I was like a pretty frequent guest on the CGE channel, and like I loved it. And you know, then she stopped hosting CGE, and we stream at the same time on Sundays. So we occasionally like raid into each other, but like, you know, we're usually doing our own thing. I should really chase Ray down and see if I can just like randomly join her for a stream sometime. You know what? Let's raid Olympian just because his stream is titled Defying the Odds. We continue the next episode of a campaign game, and that's something we struggle with here. We were just talking about it. I'd love to do more Legacy of Dragonholt, but I feel torn because I want to play new games as well. So we're going to raid into Olympian. Olympian's also, of course, like the mastermind behind TTAD, which is happening next weekend. So I'm going to start this raid up. We're going to raid into Olympian. And ooh, let's see if it actually works. There we go. And yeah, so Wednesday, YouTube Live, 6 Mountain Time. I will be playing Radlands with my daughter Sarah. And I will be back here on Twitch next Sunday with Martina for Tabletop After Dark. We will be playing Creature Comforts by Roberta Taylor. Great game, lovely person, wonderful way to celebrate Women's History Month. So I hope you join me for that. And yeah, this was such a great experience. I really enjoyed this. I'm so glad I got an opportunity to try one of these more solo narrative games, and it wasn't a disaster, basically. And I deeply appreciate each and every one of you, whether you were lurking or offering some suggestions in chat or whatever. I'm just glad to have shared this time with you. So thanks so much for being here, and I'll see you guys next time.